Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market, people trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair, will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader, and will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027. So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi. Yo, and we are live, guys, and let's get right into it. Whoop. Hold on, guys. Whoa. Hold on now. We're good. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and get right into it. And guys, man, this is Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. But all right, guys, we're about to jump right into it. Well, Trump's a gaggle with the press, and then we got a whole lot more to cover. So let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, because it's going to be an interesting live, because we might be getting right back into this war, or, well, kinetic strikes. All right, guys, don't forget to double tap that screen, like the video, and let's get right into it.
Tonight, so we'll see how that goes.
Do you think they're slow rolling it? Do you think they're intentionally slow rolling the process?
We'll find out soon enough.
Because President, yesterday in the Cuban leader, are you willing to cancel the tariffs with you and you discuss the
Well, we had a good meeting. We had a great. And we'll see what happens. They want to do business with the United States. Everybody does.
Are you planning to hire?
We had a very good meeting.
Are you planning to hire Harry McCrary?
What's going on with Harry McCrary? Nothing much. Did you stay long?
Are you going to fire him?
I've been reading about it, but I know nothing about it.
Mr. President, are you optimistic about Iranian response to you tonight?
What about it?
Are you optimistic about Iranian response to your proposal?
Well, we'll see what happens. Look.
Now, here's the thing. Iran sent their own proposal, and Donald Trump was not feeling it whatsoever. Complete rejection. And once again, we're at a stalemate when it comes to negotiations, because both sides are rejecting each other's maximal proposals.
They have no military. They have not a lot left. We'll see what happens. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, if you decide to pull your
You announced a 3-day ceasefire in the Ukraine-Russia war. Do you anticipate that will be any longer than 3 days?
I mean, it could be. It'd be nice. I'd like to see it stop. Russia, Ukraine, it's the worst thing since World War II in terms of life. 25,000 young soldiers every month. It's crazy. So it could very well be.
Mr. President, if you decide to pull troops from Germany, will you move them to Poland or maybe some other countries on the eastern flank?
Well, Poland would like that. We have a great relationship with Poland. I have a great relationship with the president. Do you remember, I endorsed him, and he won. And he came from way behind, and he won. He's a great fighter. He's a great guy.
And if you're wondering, like, Seth, hold on, what's the beef with Germany? Well, the beef with Germany is that the guy came out, the leader of Germany came out and pretty much said that Iran was embarrassing us on the world stage. And, you know, Trump, of course, didn't take that too kindly.
I like him a lot, so that's possible.
But when you do it, he's asking you for sure. What about
Mr. President, you seem happy about the election of new Prime Minister of Iraq. How is important Kurdistan regional government, Iraqi federal government, and United States of America working together and reduce militia's influence on the region?
Oh God, do me a favor and double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
And especially in Iraq.
So we had a great election in Iraq. We had somebody that I very strongly endorsed. He won by a lot, and I wasn't happy with the person who was there previously. So it was a great victory. We had a lot of great victories. We had a big victory today in Virginia, as you know, and we have a lot of victories. But the victory in Iraq was really great.
Oh yeah, and like, did anybody else see that the Wall Street Journal article on how Israel has like a secret military base in Iraq? That the Iraqis actually went over there and attacked because they're like, "Yo, what's going on here?" And they end up losing one soldier. Like, bro, crazy story. But yes, Israel pretty much had a secret military base in Iraq to pretty much commit strikes into Iran.
Bringing on a new FDA commissioner.
Impressive, very impressive.
FDA commissioner.
Are you bringing someone new in to lead the FDA?
No.
Mr. President, how do you feel about the UK election results last night?
I sort of leave that to them. I'm happy about everything. Our country is doing well. We just have new stock market records. Everybody's 401k is hitting a record.
Yeah, that's what's, bro. I'm sorry, but that's not registering or resonating with Americans. When you sit there and talk about the stock market and how these big corporations are making billions of dollars, but your average American is seeing their pricing go up or seeing their cost of living go up. Yeah, nobody wants to hear it. We want to hear about how gas is going down. We want to hear about how inflation is going down, but he can't say that because it wouldn't be true and it'd be obvious. It'd be right in our face.
The numbers are absolutely incredible. The job numbers, we have more people working today than we ever had working in this country. The job numbers today were incredible. Thank you.
Would I give you 5 minutes?
The French sent an aircraft carrier toward the Strait of Hormuz. Do you have any reaction? The French sent an aircraft carrier toward the Strait of Hormuz. French sent any reaction?
No, I have no reaction to that. No, not at all. I think we're doing very well. Iran is seeming to be coming along very well. Militarily, very good. We'll see whether or not they can get there. Steve, go ahead. We have it. We have very good people looking at it. It seems to be okay. They know the virus very well. They've worked with it for a long time. They know it very well. Not easy to pass on. So we hope that's true.
From all the topics that you discussed with the president of Brazil, it was a long meeting, right?
Yeah, apparently, what was it, like 5 cases in America so far, but it doesn't look like this is like, you know, highly transmittable. Like it's able to be transmitted, but it's not highly transmittable like COVID, where you can just apparently take a deep breath and all of a sudden you got COVID.
Yeah, we had a great meeting.
Which topic got
We discussed everything. President.
Hold on, I'll tell you this right now. I'm not going on cruises anytime soon. I'm good on cruises. That whole idea is dead.
In Brazil, we discussed everything. We had a very good meeting. We have a very good relationship with him and with Brazil.
But what made you more interested?
We discussed everything, including tariffs.
Great.
Was it Putin that asked for the ceasefire? Was it Putin that asked for the ceasefire? Did he ask you?
No, I asked, and President Putin agreed. President Zelensky agreed, both readily. And we have a little period of time where they're not going to be.
Hey, and shout out my man User for sending $2. He had too much to say. Just wanted to show some support. Hey, bro, I appreciate that. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation and let's boost engagement.
Killing people, that's very good.
You overlapped about how
And they also agreed to give 1,000 on each side, 1,000 prisoners back. So they're going to be transferring almost immediately 1,000 prisoners from each side. That's very good. Russia, Ukraine.
you plan to talk to them again to try to get this to continue?
I'd like to see a big extension.
Will European travel to Moscow, Mr. President? Consider leaving the World Health Organization because of the outbreak of hantavirus?
Now, we seem to have things under very good control. They know that virus very well. It's been around a long time. Not easily transferable, unlike COVID. But we'll see. We're studying it very closely. We have very good people studying it very closely.
You know, guys, cross your fingers that next week they don't say, "All right, guys, I'm sorry, we were wrong. It actually mutated while it was on the cruise. So yeah, the virus took a vacation and it leveled up, and now it's highly transmittable. So everybody, we're going back to COVID." I hope they don't hit us with that in a week, because a lot of people have been echoing, oh, in 2025, there's going to be another pandemic. In 2025 passed. So I was all right, great. These guys are on bullshit. But now it's 2026, and whoa, now we're talking about hantavirus. Yeah, that's a bit concerning. But fingers crossed, it's not another COVID.
We're at a point almost 10 weeks after a missile hit a girls' school in Iran. Who fired that missile?
So that's under study right now, and we'll give you a report as soon as we have it.
Will you send your team to Moscow now that you broke the ceasefire in the Ukraine war to negotiate further?
What?
Will you send your team to Moscow to negotiate further now that you broke your
Well, I would do it. If I thought it would help, I'd do it. I'd love to see that war end. I've settled 8 wars and actually 9, and now it looks like we could have 10. But I would love to make that the 10th. I will tell you. I would love to see an end between Russia and Ukraine. That war. 25,000 young soldiers were killed last month, and it's on average 25 to 30,000 soldiers a month. It's a terrible war.
I know it's a very gruesome war. I mean, hundreds of thousands of lives lost on both sides. The problem is that Russia can keep losing hundreds and thousands of lives. Ukraine, they're running out of people to low-key put on the front line. I mean, the whole operation of snatching people off the street and put them on the front line is not working anymore because they'd already snatched everybody. So what are you going to do? Like what? Well, never mind. I know what they're doing. They're going to start sending out drones or, I don't know, cyborgs or something. Who knows? But the sad reality is that Ukraine is losing this war that we put billions of dollars behind. So that does suck, but it is what it is.
You said that South Korean ship was attacked by Iran, but Iran denied it did. Do you share with the
I love South Korea.
Mr. President,
Project Freedom? Do you think you need to resume the Project Freedom?
I don't think so. We might do it, but I don't think so. I think we would go a different route if everything doesn't get signed up and buttoned up. Project Freedom is good. We were asked not to do that by Pakistan, who's our friend, as you know, the Prime Minister and the Field Marshal. But I think Project Freedom is good, but I think we have other ways of doing it also. We may go back to Project Freedom if things don't happen, but it'd be
Project Freedom was undoable. Like, there was no way we were going to be able to do Project Freedom. Like, all right, cool. Clearing a pathway of mines, that's doable. But telling these ships to go through without any type of, we're not escorting them. We're just clearing out the mines. We're telling them to come on through on the trust me, bro, that Iran just won't start flinging missiles and drones. And we have no way of protecting those vessels, like, completely. We have no way. There's no way to ensure that they'll be protected. That's why their companies are telling them, no, don't go through the strait until we get confirmation from Iran that we won't be attacked. Because Americans can say whatever the hell they want. They cannot confirm that Iran won't just start shooting at these ships trying to transit the strait. But they were able to get 2 ships through. So, I mean, that's nice.
freedom.
I mean, it used to be like 100 a day. And I mean, shoot, y'all want to brag about 2, then what about the 20 Iranian shadow fleets that made it through the strait? I mean, if you're impressed with 2, then please be impressed with that as well. I'm joking. Like, them making it through is a bad thing.
Plus, meaning Project Freedom plus other things.
Why did you ask Zelensky for a ceasefire that Putin wanted?
So we have a ceasefire, and I think everyone's happy. President Zelensky, President Putin, I think they're happy to have it, and we'll see what happens.
Mr. President, during ceasefire, it is important ceasefire include Iraq and Iraqi Kurdistan, because after ceasefire with Iran, several times Iranian regime and proxies targeting Iraqi Kurdistan as your ally.
We want to get the whole thing ended, not just individual movements. We want to get the whole thing ended, and we will.
All right, now let's get over to Trump's. Pretty much, he took questions in the Oval Office, so let's get into that one as well. Then we're gonna get into this media analysis. Gonna go see what's going on both sides of media. But while we get into this, go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel by hitting that icon above. Appreciate the support, guys. All right, let's go.
Dangerous. They're very volatile. It's a terrible thing that's happened over there. They've killed 42,000 people in the last 2 months. 42,000, at least that's what we know of. 42,000 people. They killed numerous people over the last week, but they killed 42,000 people a month and a half ago.
Guys, like I said, there is no proof that Iran killed 42,000 protesters. Sorry, none at all. But there is proof that they killed over 3,000 for sure. And that's an atrocity on its own. But I'm not sure why they're inflating the numbers to sell this war. It's like, it actually is irritating to sit there and say, oh, yeah, they killed 42,000 people in 2 days, bro. In 2 days, are you serious? Without carpet bombing Tehran in 2 days? Okay, man.
They were unarmed protesters, not at all violent protesters. And they started taking them out, shooting them. So we're not going to let them. That's the plan, you know. People.
And here's a problem too, though. I mean, yeah, people are now being executed in the street because of our little operation in Iran, because we try to set off a revolution by giving protesters weapons, and they started vandalizing stuff all over the place and shooting at police. Yeah, because of that, and because of people helping them, there's about 4,000 people detained and 21 people who have already been hung publicly, using the crane.
We'll say, what's the plan? The plan is very simple. The blockade, first of all, was a part of military genius, just like Venezuela was military genius. We have the greatest military in the world by far, and we're stocked up with great ammunition. We have much better stuff than we did 2 months ago when we first did the attack, which knocked them for a loop. But very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Can't have it. And if they did have it, the Middle East would be gone, Israel would be gone, and then hit Europe probably next. We're doing the service to the world.
The fear mongering.
And this has gone on for 47 years. Other presidents and leaders.
I'm sorry, but first off, Iran never wanted a nuclear weapon. They had a whole religious law over it. Two, I'm sorry, but if they wanted a nuclear weapon, then they'd have just pushed for it in 2021. While Trump was out of office, while Biden was in office, dealing with Ukraine and Russia, yeah, that'd have been a perfect time to go towards a nuke. And they didn't do that. And guys, you got to remember, they've had 60% enrichment since 2021. So you're telling me for 5 years, they could have had a nuke and they didn't go towards it, not one bit, not go an inch past 60% enrichment, not once. You see the problem here? Do you see the problem? Is like he's fear mongering on something that's really on an intention that the Iranians never had.
Of other countries that have the power should have done it, but they didn't do it. But it's a very simple plan. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have a nuclear weapon. And they didn't want to go that far. If you can believe it, they didn't. How stupid. Are they stupid people? They didn't want to believe it. They think that, well, I'll get tired of this, or I'll get bored, or I'll have some pressure. But there's no pressure. There's no pressure at all. We're going to have a complete victory. We've already, in theory, had a complete victory from the military standpoint.
And this when he says a complete victory, I'm like, all right, so what do you mean by that? Is the regime change? Has there been regime change? No. I mean, are there missiles and drones taken out? No. I mean, are the Strait of Hormuz open? Nah. So where is the total victory at here? Because all the problems we had coming into this war, we still have. Actually, we still have all those problems still.
Military, look, their Navy is dead. They have 150. They had 159 ships. Right now they have 0, other than the little speedboats that go around that got taken out 8 a day by us. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. Now, they probably put the shoulder jobs into service over the last 3 weeks, probably. But essentially, they have no anti-aircraft. They have no radar. And frankly, their leaders have been killed at the first level, second level, and half at the third level. And then they come back and they want to negotiate, and they give us it's a stupid proposal. And nobody would take it, although Obama would have taken it, Biden would have taken it.
Yeah, but here's the problem with Trump is saying. Here's the main problem. Like the way you're talking as if we're kicking their teeth in and they should just be begging for a ceasefire and they should be able to accept all of our maximalist demands, but they're not doing that. Actually, they're over here hitting you with their maximalist demands and now you're getting pissed off. So trust me, like what Trump is saying is just not matching up with reality, sadly. Like I wish it was like that. I wish they was on their knees begging for a ceasefire, but that's just not it. They're literally honestly just kind of playing with us. We send our maximalist demands, they send theirs, knowing damn well we're going to say no. And it's like we send theirs expecting them to say yes, but they look at us crazy because, like, well, let's be real. It seems like everybody outside the Trump administration knows that our demands is an automatic no to Iran or and MAGA.
What they took was far worse. So we stopped them twice. We stopped them when I terminated the worst deal probably ever made in the history of our country in terms of defense. That was the Iran nuclear deal by penned by Barack Hussein Obama, that would have given Iran a nuclear weapon within a year. They would have had it years ago. I terminated that in my first term. And then
no, yeah, but that's why we're here. Under that nuclear deal, Iran was enriching at 3.6%. And you guys are crying about 60% enrichment that they didn't have before during that deal. That's the problem. Here's the thing. When he pulled out of that deal and put back on the sanctions, you know what he did after that? Labeled the IRGC a terrorist group, killed General Qasem Soleimani. And here's the thing. I'm not really opposed to those actions, but the result of those actions was Iran in 2021 enriching to 60% enrichment as a hedge to make sure that we don't attack them. Now, of course, that ended up being the reason why we attacked them, but the main goal was for it to be a deterrent, and it didn't work out for them, obviously. But Iran has never tested a nuke, has never went towards a nuke, has never expressed a wanting to go towards a nuke, nor do they have a nuclear program. Well, I'm sorry, a nuclear weapons program. They got a nuclear program. We gave it to them. Yes, 1950s, called Atoms for Peace.
When that beautiful plane right there hit them hard, we really hit them hard. And they told me, I want to just tell you this because they like to say, oh, well, maybe it wasn't that hard a hit. Iran told me very strongly, because they intend to give us the nuclear dust, as I call it. It's easier than talking about other terms because it's a term everyone, but the nuclear dust, which is what we hit. They told me, number one, you're getting it, but you're going to have to take it out because the site was so obliterated that there's only one or two countries in the world that could get it. It's so deep and got hit so hard that there's no way they have the equipment to move it. You and China are the only two countries in the world that could take it out. So we talked about it, and they said, you'll have to take it out because we don't have the capability of doing it. So,
yo, really, bro, and you know I like you, you're serious, but here's the problem. They don't have a nuclear weapons program, and if they had 90% enrichment, just like with North Korea, when we caught them enriching up to 90%, when we seen the radiation marks and all that, we would see the same thing in Iran. Don't you think we have constant surveillance over that? That's the reason why we even know where they're at. So, no, we've had constant surveillance over Iran's nuclear program. That's how we know for a fact that they haven't progressed towards weapons grade uranium. And I mean, yes, they have like missile silos, drone factories, missile factories in mountains. And most likely they probably do have some of their nuclear enrichment being done in mountain as well. Like, trust me, I can see why, because we bomb everything up top. Not saying that I'm okay with them having it. I'm just telling you right now, as far as our intelligence goes, as far as the scans go, is that like that as well, there is no proof that they have weapons grade uranium or a nuclear weapons program. None of that at all. And anybody telling you that they do is pretty much just lying to you for some reason. Because why? They're got a war to sell, guys.
For those people that like to say that those great pilots in those great planes, well, we just ordered 22 more of them, new and improved, that those great pilots didn't do their job. They did their job. 1 o'clock in the morning with no moon, no light, no nothing.
And guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen and subscribe to the channel while you're at it. And also to go into another point, you got to remember, they had 60% enrichment since 2021. Nobody ever can defeat this point because it kind of goes to show their, restraint from going towards a nuke. Because they just stopped at 60% like 5 years ago, and that was it. All under Biden. The best time to go ahead and pop off with a nuke, and they didn't do it. So I'm sorry. It is really hard to sit here and hear people say, oh, they have a nuclear program. Oh, set. They're 2 weeks away from a nuke. I mean, bro, first off, they still got to get to 90% enrichment, and that's going to take some time. Then making the warhead and delivery system is going to take some time. So that whole 2 weeks myth is crazy. And they've been telling us that for like a couple decades now. And y'all still believe in it? They've been telling this longer than I've been alive. And y'all still believe it.
Single bomb hit its targets. And then, as you know, we shot some incredible things. There's things that nobody else has. Nobody has a military like we have. We shot the Tomahawks from a submarine 200 miles away. That went on top.
I love when people say dumbass stuff like that. Like the war started in 1979, bro. No, dumbass. This war started with our interference. Well, really, their whole nuclear problem started with Atoms for Peace when we gave them their nuclear reactor that we're fear-mongering about today. We helped them start their nuclear weapons program. And then also, let's talk about the fact that during Operation Ajax, a CIA operation that you can look up, we overthrew a democratically elected leader. And why we overthrew him? Because he was trying to make Iranian resources work for the people instead of just having it sold out to us. And we didn't like the fact that that guy was doing that, so we overthrew him, let the Shah go ahead and get in, and he was an authoritarian leader. He had a secret police, and he was oppressing the people too, just like the Ayatollah, ironically. So it is kind of funny how they overthrew one oppressive leader and just got in another one. But here's even the crazier part about that. During that revolution, we green stamped the Ayatollah. Yeah, France brought him over, and we said, all right, maybe we could work with this guy. And guess what? That didn't turn out to be true. And do you even know why the hostages got taken? No, you don't. You don't. Because we wouldn't give up the Shah. He was asking for the Shah. Ayatollah Khomeini was asking for the Shah, and we didn't want to give him back, nor did we want to actually give them a good deal on their oil. So what did they do? Stormed the embassy, took them hostage. But hey, though, hey, at least he let go of the women and the black people, though, okay? All right, at least he did that. At least Jimmy Carter got them free at the end of his presidency. So good news and a really good end to a story.
But every one of those, including the Tomahawks, every one of those weapons and shots hit perfectly. And they said to me, just to put it on the record, they said to me, there are only 2 countries in the entire world that could ever get that stuff out of there because we don't have the equipment and nobody else. They said China and the United States. So I just want to let you know, those pilots did an unbelievable job, very dangerous job at 1 o'clock in the morning. Think of it. No moon, no nothing. We had no light purposely. And every single one of those bombs were right down an air chute in a granite mountain that exploded. And they are unable to get it, even if they wanted to. But we're not going to take a chance. So that's part of it.
Oh, yeah, guys. But if you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements you want me to read out loud, I'll be happy to engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going. Don't forget to double tap that screen.
So, sir, are you saying that Iranians agreed to allow the removal of all their enriched uranium?
Yeah. Well, they did 2 days ago. They didn't. Okay. They did 2 days ago. They said, you're going to have to take it. We were going to go with them.
Yeah, but here's the problem, though. They're willing to give up their uranium. They was always willing to give up their enriched uranium. The problem is, though, that they want to release sanction relief. Full sanction relief that Donald Trump is not trying to do.
But they changed their mind because they didn't put it in the paper. So when they sent us this document that we waited 4 days for, that should have taken 10 minutes to do, look, very simple. We get that. They guarantee no nuclear weapons for a very long period of time and a couple of other minor things, but they just can't get there. So they agree with us, and then they...
Yeah, it was supposed to be a memorandum of understanding where they would not give no nuclear weapons, or I guess not even no nuclear weapons, but just cancel out their enrichment for 10 to 20 years. We're supposed to give them full sanction relief. They're over here going like, well, we also need reparations and all this other good stuff. Oh, and they want to be the authority of the Strait of Hormuz, which was definitely a hell no.
Take it back. But they said to us that it was so badly obliterated, was the word they actually used. That was my original word. Then it got challenged by some of the fake news. And it wasn't challenged with any knowledge. It was just challenged like they were hoping that this wouldn't have been so successful. No, it was obliterated. We have the greatest military in the world. I built it largely in my first term, and I didn't know I'd be using it quite this much in my second term. But very simply, when they say, does he have a plan? Yeah, I have a plan. The plan is very simple. You know, in war, you have to change. You have to be flexible. You have a lot of plans, but you have to do different plans in different days. But I have a great plan. But the plan is they cannot have a nuclear weapon. And they didn't say that in their letter.
Mr. President, given the leadership changes that you've talked about.
You know why they didn't say it? Because it kind of goes without saying. It's like Iran never had a plan to get a nuclear weapon, and you guys are tripping over their enrichment. You got to remember, they're not talking to Iran like you won't make a nuclear weapon. They're talking to Iran like, hey, no, you're not going to enrich. And they're looking at us like, yeah, no, we feel like it's our right to. Actually, we understand that it's our right to because of the non-proliferation treaty. So they kind of got us on that, but we don't really care. We just don't want them to enrich, period. So trust me, it's not even about Iran going towards a nuclear weapon anymore, because they was never going to do that. This is about us just pretty much taking away their right to enrich.
In Iran.
Which, I mean, like I said, I have no harsh feelings over. If they do that, thank God. If they don't, then we're going to have a problem.
Is this still a leadership that you believe you can negotiate with and ultimately reach a peace?
I think so. Well, you have two. You have the moderates and you have the lunatics. And I think the moderates are more respected. The lunatics want to fight till the end. You know, it'll be a very quick fight. But I call them. You have, just like our country, we have lunatics too. We have.
Sure do.
I call them lunatics. I call them stupid people too. But in Iran, they have the moderates. They're dying to make a deal, and then you have the lunatics. And I guess they're a little bit afraid of the lunatics, but and why not? The level of ferocity for protests. You know, the people are watching it. They want to go out on the streets. They have no weapons. They have no guns. We thought the Kurds were going to give us weapons, but the Kurds disappointed us. The Kurds take. They have a great reputation.
Yes, we try to give the Kurds, the communist Kurds, some weapons to go over there and try to start a revolution in Iran. Yeah, that didn't work. They actually just ran off with the guns, because you want to know why? They sat there and said, bro, this man Trump is tripping. He's tripping if you think we're going to go in there and take over Iran with just these guns. You guys got to understand, like I said, there's 93 million people in Iran, and we do not have an exact number of how many people are actually willing to overthrow the government. And then here's the problem. We also don't have an exact number on how many people are willing to pick up a gun to fight for the government. We just don't know. And we can go off election numbers. We can go off poll numbers all day, but we'll never have a definitive number. But I will tell you this, the closest you can get is their election number, is looking how the Iranian people vote, who votes for the presidents that are more for the, what do they call them? The principal list, or the principal list, or the conservative right in Islam, or not Islam, but Iran. And then there's the reformists, which is like the liberal left in Iran. And the problem is there's two sides. Usually the reformists are probably going to be the ones that's willing to fight Iran. But the guys who are the principalists, who just believe in the regime and all this good stuff, they're going to be the ones most likely willing to fight for the regime. But here's the problem, though. Not even with the reformists do we have it guaranteed with them. Why? Because they're participating in an election that's ran by the IRGC, that's ran by the Ayatollah. They're voting for a candidate that's handpicked by the Ayatollah. So it's like we can't even trust that. And you guys got to understand, 61 million people registered in these elections, but 30.5 million people voted. And it was like, what, 13 million for the principalists, and these are like the extremists for the regime. And it was like, what, 14, 16 million for the reformists. So the reformists is actually a bigger party in Iran, but we don't know how much of those people are actually willing to go against the regime, considering that they're participating in an election that is controlled by a said regime. But all right.
In Congress says, oh, they fight so hard. No, they fight hard when they get paid. So I'm very disappointed in the Kurds, but they were given. I said it wasn't going to work. By the way, I just have to say it. I disagreed with what they did. They gave it. I said they'll never get there, and I was right. I like to be right. In this case, too bad. But we sent some guns with ammunition, and they were supposed to be delivered, but they kept it. I said they're going to keep it, but what do I know? I've only been doing this a short period of time. What do I know?
Go ahead. The ceasefire remains in place.
What?
for the time being, the ceasefire remains in place?
You know, it's
I ain't gonna lie, because you could tell that some of these strategists are desperate for that to work. You could tell that all of them are just trying to push guns into Iran, hoping that they could pop off a revolution. And even Trump is like, I'm sorry, but I don't even think this is gonna work. He's like, Trump pretty much called it out, like, hey, yo, you sending these guns to the Kurds, they're most likely gonna take them. Because, like, let's be real, if you understand who the Kurds are, they want to establish their own country by taking land in like 3 or 4 other countries, crazy enough. And taking over Iran or trying to overthrow Iran is actually not going to help towards their goal, and it would be a suicide mission. So it's like they don't even really understand the plight of the Kurdish people to even be trying to push them into a conflict with Iran.
Unbelievably weak. I would say, I would call it the weakest right now. After reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. They said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support. They understand these are all medical people. Dr. Oz, life support is not a good thing. Do you agree?
Bad prognostic.
I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support, where the doctor walks in and says, sir, your loved one has approximately a 1% chance of living. Yeah.
Mr. President.
Daniel, go ahead.
Yep.
One of the best reporters in Washington.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
sir. Dr. Oz referenced this a little early. 2 questions on healthcare, if I can. The Council of Economic Advisors released a report saying that the most favorable.
Oh, guys, we do got a bit of breaking news here. Now it says U.S. to loan 53.3 million barrels of oil from strategic petroleum reserves. Now, the Trump administration said on Monday it will loan emergency energy companies. It will loan energy companies 53.3 million barrels of crude oil from the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserves as part of a global agreement to calm oil markets that have spiked on the U.S.-Israeli war with Iran. All right.
Nation drug deals will generate about $529 billion in domestic savings over the next 10 years across all markets. How transformative are these deals?
Makes people better.
Yeah, it does. How transformative are these deals for millions of Americans? And do you believe that the most favored nation drug deals are the Republicans' golden ticket to the midterms?
I think the Republicans should walk away with the midterms. Now, typically, whoever is president, they vote the other way. Nobody knows this. Do we have a psychiatrist in the group? Nobody knows why, because I think we've had the best president. A lot of people have said, even some radical left lunatics have said that we've had the best presidency, the best first year of any president. Look, I stopped 8 wars, got the largest tax cuts in history, the largest regulation cuts in history, all the things we've done, so many, like all of this that we've done. Medically, we've done so much. We did a thing called Right to Try in my first, and I could never understand it when I was a civilian, which wasn't so long ago. I haven't been doing it that long, but I always used to marvel at the fact that if they had a great drug, and it had to go through the FDA, and the FDA guarded it and said, you can't use it. And if a person was terminally ill and the drug was showing great promise, the person's terminally ill, they wouldn't give it to the person because they didn't want to hurt the person. And I said, well, we need something on that. And it was very important to me. And I had no idea it would be so hard to get, but we got it in total. We got it in full. It's called Right to Try. That if you're terminally ill, you have the right to try a drug that has not gone even anywhere near final. If it shows even a little promise, and we've saved thousands of lives. It was very hard to get because the insurance companies didn't want it, the doctors didn't want it, because the doctors didn't want to be blamed. The drug companies didn't want it, because if it didn't
work. Well, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation. Double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going. Oh, and any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and super chat that in. Or if you just want to support the show, you can send a gift or a super chat. All right, guys, let's keep it going.
They didn't want it on their record. So what we did is we said, we're not going to count it on your record. If somebody's terminally ill and they take the drug, it doesn't work, we're not going to count it on your record. We'll have another record, a little smaller one that not a lot of people look at, but we're not going to count it on your record. So Right to Try has been one of the great successes. Again, nobody talks about it. We've saved thousands of lives on us. But you know what is maybe even more important? We've learned very quickly that some drugs work and some drugs don't. In other words, some drugs take a person who's terminally ill, and there are numerous cases, and without waiting 7 years, 10 years, by the way, we think we've cut it in half, but but you do need a period of time. Without waiting many, many years, we know the drug works because we've taken people that were dead. We had a person given the last rites, gone. The kids are crying and started them on this drug, and the person became better. It works, you know, and some don't work, but you learn.
Good prices, and they're so good, in fact, that we actually save the taxpayer money by reducing the downstream effects of obesity, diabetes, and hypertension. Mr. President, all possible because you took brave action. And again, the quick question we should be asking ourselves is why did this happen a decade ago? Katie, what do you think about that young man?
That he has a new lease on hope, and it's because of you. I talked to his parents, and they said, we feel so good about our country that we literally have the president and Dr. Oz and Secretary Kennedy doing everything possible to give our son a fighting chance. They said before, you know, no one was listening, but you, Mr. President, took action.
All right, let's skip ahead here, yapping about this medicine. All right.
Our previous presidents, and now we're doing great with China. We make a lot of money with China. I have a great relationship with President Xi. And I think you can see that with the fact that in Hormuz, they get a big percentage, 40% of their oil from Hormuz. There's been no ships coming in, no nasty ships coming in that we end up in skirmishes with. He'd like to see it get done. He doesn't want to see, I'll tell you what, look, I respect him a lot. And hopefully he respects me. He didn't respect our previous government, that I can tell you. The guy couldn't talk. It was ridiculous how that ever happened. Our country was hurt so badly the last 4 years. You know, I say it all the time. It was the king of Saudi Arabia, but everybody says we were a dead country a year and a half ago. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. And you know that better than anybody. You know, you see that. Olivia sees that. You see it in the numbers. Look at the numbers. Look at the stock market. The stock market is now higher than it was when this war started. So I thought that would go down 20, 25%. It was fine. You know, I'm willing to, it's a terrible expression, take a bullet. It's a terrible expression, especially when it's used by me. But I'm willing to take a bullet for the country. And I said, look, the stock market's going to go down. But we're going to have a threat of lunatics having a nuclear weapon. I deal with them. I say it to them. I say, you people are crazy. I deal with them. They talk differently. I say, you're crazy. You're crazy people. You're nuts. You're not having a nuclear weapon. They think they can talk me into it, and they don't do very well with it. But they know how I feel. They can't have a nuclear weapon. They would use it within an hour after getting it. If the Obama deal wasn't terminated by me, they would have had it 6 years ago.
That's false. Actually, that's extremely false. Actually, under the Obama deal, they had inspection. So the IAEA was going in there and inspecting them, and they kept under that 3.6%. Yes, according to the IAEA, they stayed below that 3.6% while we were in the deal with them. When you ripped up that deal and you put back on the sanctions, that's when these guys also start moving outside the deal themselves, when we broke our side of the deal. And here's the thing, if, like I said, if this was about their enrichment, well, we had that solved with Obama. And I'm not the biggest Obama fan. Actually, I'm not a fan of Obama at all. But when it comes to the JCPOA and stopping Iran or having eyes on Iran's nuclear capabilities, that handled everything for us. And it's kind of crazy how he sit there, took the eyes off Iran's nuclear capabilities. They want to talk about, oh, they're going towards a nuke. Yeah, well, they weren't doing that under Obama, and that was verified. But all these acts of aggressions now we really don't know. All we know is that they're at 60% and we're attacking them, and we don't know if they're going to actually try to go for that nuke. Right now, there's been no reports that they have, and trust me, we would see them trying to do so. And it's going to be pretty hard when we're pretty much dedicated to bombing all nuclear facilities. So trust me, if they weren't going for a nuke then, they definitely ain't going for it now.
And they would have used it immediately on Israel and also the rest of the Middle East. You saw that when they started shooting rockets. Nobody thought Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE were going to get hit, or Kuwait, Bahrain. I think it was a tremendous strategic mistake, and they wasted them.
But here's the main point that a lot of people gloss over. Under the JCPOA, Iran was at 3.6% enriched uranium. That's the whole point right there. That goes to show that it was working. When they were outside the JCPOA, by 2021, they're at 60%. What does that tell you? That, oh, wait, when they were under the deal, yeah, their enrichment was low. So if you guys are crying about their enrichment, then y'all should be low-key asking Trump to get back into the JCPOA.
Those missiles, we have the Patriots that knocked them down every time. You know, I told the story, we were shot at one of our great assets, happened to be a ship, great ship, 111 missiles going at very high rates of speed, sophisticated equipment. And, you know, that's all they did is build missiles, thousands of missiles. Who does this except for people that are looking for trouble?
Us. I mean, wait, what? Like, they have thousands of missiles. Who does this? We do. Actually, we should be doing it because we're kind of running low on some of these missiles. So, yeah, we should. And a country that's expecting for the U.S. to attack them. That's why Iran has been pushing out, like, 300 missiles a month for the past year or so, because they expected us to strike them again.
We had 111 shot at one of our ships over a very short period of time. Out of 111 missiles going at 3,000 miles an hour, all 111 missiles were knocked down into the ocean long prior to arriving at the target. And the coolest guys are the guys that do this. You know, they're not brawn, they're brain. They sit there, missile shot. You got to see it happening. Missiles coming. They got like about 13 seconds to make a decision. It's not like, gee, let's figure it out. They make a wrong calculation. You know, you lose a lot of men, and a lot of $1 billion times 10 ships. So, but there's a level of coolness that missile shot, they look, and you know, they're going, heading 47 degrees north, 1,300 feet, going 3,000 miles an hour. Okay, we have it in our sight. Fire, boom. 10 seconds left. Let me tell you, they need smart people.
No, I guess we got to go over the JCPOA timeline, because some people is like, they think they know, but they really don't. So let's go into it, guys. Because remember, the JCPOA, Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, let's get into it. Now, from 2016 to 2018 compliance. Yes, the IAEA consistently reported that Iran was abiding by its commitments, including capping enrichment at 3.6% and keeping uranium stockpiles below 300 kilograms. So, yeah, in 2018, this is when the U.S. withdrew. President Trump withdrew from the, the President Trump withdrew the U.S., claiming that the deal failed to address issues like missile program, leading to a reimposition of sanctions. Yeah, guys, and you see, talking about a missile program when he already, and this is kind of backwards as hell, because you kind of see how he was pretty much switched it up. Oh, now it's about their enrichment, and then later on, it was about their missile program. At first, in 2008, it was about their missile program, but because we couldn't bitch about their enrichment. Then he got out of the deal, and now we can sit here and bitch about their enrichment. So when we got out of the deal and we imposed sanctions back on them in 2019 and 2021, there were incremental breaches, because why would you stay in a deal that the other side is breaking? Like, does that make sense? Of course it doesn't. So Iran begins violating limitations in response, increasing enrichment to 20% and later 60%. So yes, from 2019 to 2021, they went from 20 to 60%, like I told you, and using advanced centrifuges prohibited under the deal. So this is where the IAEA pretty much said that, oh, they were getting turned around. Why? Because the U.S. was no longer abiding by its end of the deal. And it's crazy how you guys expected Iran to abide by a deal that we weren't dedicated to ourselves, that we went back on our word. But what you're going to say? What, we don't negotiate with terrorists? Okay, well, then don't expect terrorists to follow a contract that you broke yourself. I mean, let's be real. If that's your attitude, then really no better than them. But here it is. By 2021 and 2026, Iran stopped applying voluntary transparency measures. Yes, they stopped applying voluntary transparency measures. And by 2025, had severely circuitailed the IAEA monitoring. So do you understand what happened here now? It wasn't like they walked in 2016 and said, oh, no, you guys can't go here or here. No, they was abiding by all of it until 2018 when Donald Trump got out of the deal. It's kind of crazy how a lot of people think they know what they're talking about, but it's obvious that you don't. And it's funny because you could easily look this up and just run through the timeline yourself like I did. But a lot of people are not going to do that because they just want to believe the propaganda. But all right, let's get back to it. Make sure to double tap that screen and like the video.
Smart. And they're so smart that they're cool. You know, under the calculations, for some people are very tough. For other people, not so tough. There's, you know, about 1%. There's not too many. There's not too many people around like that. I say, I call, a lot of times I'll call these gunners because they're phenomenal geniuses. You know, where did you go to school? I went to MIT. Where did you go to school? I went to the best schools. Smart.
See, bro, and there's still be retarded people like this. Like, though, I just explained it out perfectly, and there's still retarded people saying, so you're admitting they weren't letting inspectors in, right? No, dumbass. I'm pretty much saying that, bro, when we stepped out of the deal, they honestly had no obligations to let inspectors in because the entire reason why they signed the deal was for sanction relief. Do you understand that? Once they weren't getting that no more, they started going outside the deal because we went outside the deal. And here's the thing. It's kind of dumb to sit there and blame the other party when you broke the contract first, when you broke the agreement first. Like, come on now. It's common sense.
Smart. We have the greatest military in the world. Okay.
Mr. President, back to motherhood. Your one big beautiful bill.
I like that. Because this is about motherhood.
Yo, shout out to my man, the lunatic libertarian. He says all centralized systems are failed. Stop participating in a failed system. Be a producer of positive outcomes for yourself and everyone you care about. All laws are repugnant and not constitutional. Hashtag set number 1. Hey, I appreciate that, big dog. Shout out my man, lunatic libertarian. Hey, man, appreciate that.
But not about the beautiful country.
And I swear your statement proves to be true, more true, man, day by day. Day by day.
Country of Iran. Go ahead.
If you'll remain here, your one big beautiful bill defunded Planned Parenthood for 1 year, but that expires on this July 4th. Would you like Congress to use?
Well, we're going to see what happens.
See, like I said, making retarded comments. Like you didn't just listen. Did I not just break down the timeline? Did I not? All right. So, commenter, do you see why what you said is somewhat retarded? And I'm sorry to grill you like this, but really now? The IAEA identified June of last year. Last year, when they're not even in the IAEA no more, when nobody's abiding by the JCPOA no more. Like, really, bro? Is that really your argument? In last year, that's your argument. While nobody was abiding by the JCPOA since, like, what, 2019? You want to talk about last year? Oh, my goodness. I can't, bro. I just can't. Some of y'all just not using common sense.
Congress is now negotiating. We've been very good for the people that want it, for the people that are here, and we'll see how that goes. It's been a very thorny, to put it mildly, it's been a very thorny issue. It's all under negotiation right now. Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to see that defund?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. What do you think about the handling of the hantavirus by the U.S.?
I think fine.
Do you regret withdrawing from the WHO?
No, I'm glad. So we were paying the World Health Organization $500 million a year. Look, it's a lot of money, but in the overall scope, it's not that much, but it's a lot of money. And we weren't being treated well, and they were making the wrong diagnoses. I was the one that said it came from Wuhan. They didn't say that. They refused to say that because they were totally owned by China. So I was saying it came from Wuhan. They didn't want to say that. Now it's turned out, I think it's been conclusive that it came from Wuhan. But I said that on the first day because I saw satellite pictures with body bags all over Wuhan, literally all over Wuhan. So I said that they lied to me or they didn't know. So we were paying for, let's say, 350 million people.
Hold on, bro. Whoa. You're an engineer and you can't come up with the logical consistency of just going down chronological order of the JCPOA, and you can't understand how your argument is dumb. You know, I'm just saying you don't understand how your argument is dumb from stating a last year report that's outside of the JCPOA timeline here. You don't understand how that's dumb. And you're an engineer, so you're able to, you know, connect these things, run long equations and all that good stuff, but you can't understand this right here. I mean, I don't know about that, buddy.
We were paying
How about that?
500.
And think about like this, dude. I'm doing charity work for you. If you're an engineer, you should be super chatting in, and it should be nothing to you. But instead, I'm doing charity work for you, my man. So be grateful.
$1 billion a year to the World Health Organization. That's a lot of money. What the hell are they going to do with that kind of money?
Just aren't grateful no more.
And China is paying $39 million a year for 1.4 billion people.
I mean, bro, don't pretend that you're an engineer speaking retarded shit like that, bro. I'm sorry, but you gotta go. When people start lying about their profession when they get grilled, that's when I'm just like, yeah, okay, buddy, you're an engineer, but you can't stand the chronological order of the JCPOA. But you're an engineer, though. It's like, bro, how do you stand the chronological order of running these equations? Then it's like I'm really curious at that point.
So I said, you know, you got your story wrong because we should be paying about $10 million, not $500 million. And they were willing to negotiate, but it was so popular when I pulled out. They gave us all wrong information. On COVID, they were totally wrong. And I looked today and I saw the same doctor that was there. He's a good politician. I don't know how the hell he kept his job, but he was there telling us about this. Now, the one thing with this one is that it's much harder to catch. And we've had it for a long, it's been around for a long time. People are very familiar with it. So, you know, I hope it's fine. All I can do is everything that a president can do, which is actually somewhat limited. But it seems like it is not easy to spread. In fact, it's in certain ways very hard to spread. It's been, we've lived with it for years, many years. And we think we're in very good shape. We're very careful. And Nebraska has done a fantastic job. They have a place there that those doctors are unbelievable, the job they've done. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, are you going to suspend the federal gas tax?
Yeah, I'm going to reduce until let me tell you, as soon as this is over with Iran, as soon as it's over, you're going to see gasoline and oil drop like a rock. Going to be dropping down like a rock. I mean, already, look, just on the basis of, you know, things have happened. When it first came about, 20% of the oil came out of Hormuz. That's a lot. But, you know, with time, it's like they go into Texas, they go into Louisiana, they go into Alaska, a lot of Alaska. Alaska's, you know, sort of, it seems like very far away from Asia, but it's actually a relatively short trip by comparison to other locations they have to go to get oil. And they go into Alaska. In fact, our big problem is we're building bigger docking, to fill up. But we've become very big on the filling station. Really? We're a big filling station.
Shout out Lunatic Libertarian. He says, "Set, we got to cover the anti-federalists on the show." All right, why not? Well, is that like a YouTuber or maybe something I don't know.
And what's happening is when this first
name sounds interesting.
When people heard about losing Hormuz, they said, "Oh, it's genius." They're finding other locations, and some of those people I spoke to them, companies and.
Mike, is not everybody's in the chat is privy to top secret information. Is that everybody in the chat knows how to read an article? Yeah, and we also know how to read intelligence reports as well. But apparently, that's something that apparently that's top secret information to you. I'm sorry, bro, but I know. Let me not say what I was about to say. Because I was going to be extremely mean. I'm not even going to do it to you. Not even going to do it.
Countries. Some of those people are going to continue to go to Texas. They like it better.
Oh, fuck it. I'm sorry that reading is considered top secret information for you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that the fact that you can't read makes everything top secret information. All right, bro. No, that's not my fault. You set yourself up for that.
They said it's an extra 45 minutes. They like it better. And it's sort of amazing, you know, it found its way. So a lot of people thought oil would go to $250, $300. It's not. I mean, today it's at less than 100. Think of that. Now, when this ends, you're going to see it drop like a rock.
How long are you going to suspend that tax for?
Till it's appropriate, yeah.
Mr. President,
it's a small percentage, but it's still money.
Mr. President, do you still believe a diplomatic solution is possible with Iran, or do you only have military options?
No, I think it's very possible. Look, I've had to deal with them 4 or 5 times. They change their mind. They're very dishonorable people. The leadership. Don't forget, it's a thing.
My bad, bro. I thought, bro, the way you said it, though, the way you said it, I thought you was talking about a YouTuber, but no, you actually talk about the actual papers. My bad.
Third level. The first level is gone. They were unreasonable. The second level is more reasonable. The third level, nobody wants to be president, you know? They say, who wants to be president? There's nobody raises their hand. You know? But they change their mind. I've had that in business many times. The mind changes, you call them. These people that you make a deal and then the next day they send you a document that takes 5 days to get there when it should have been there in 20 minutes. You know, it's a pretty simple document. They will never have a nuclear weapon, yeah?
Thank you, Sarah. I was speaking with Claire Lai this morning. She's the daughter of Jimmy Lai, and she told me that she's been praying and hoping that you'll be the one that brings her dad home. She says of any administration, she thinks you're the one that could do it.
You said Jimmy Lai.
Jimmy Lai's daughter.
And there's another gentleman, a minister, a pastor, as you know. I'll bring them both up. I brought it up before. Jimmy Lai, I brought it up. The other one I just heard about this morning, actually. And I do bring that up. You know, we've gotten, I don't know if you've been reading, John Cole, who's a great lawyer. He was a tobacco lawyer. Great guy. I won't say he's an older guy because he may be offended by that, but he is. He's a little older.
All right.
A little older. And
All right, guys, let's move on to the media analysis on this one. And, you know, of course, we're going to go ahead and start over with, let's start on Fox News. Let's get right into it.
Cohn, Israeli special ops veteran, founder of Gideon, and Mike Sorelli, who is a retired U.S.
And pretty much what the U.S.-Iran ceasefire was clinically dead 2 weeks ago. I mean, yeah, obviously.
Navy SEAL, thanks to both of you. Thanks, by the way, thanks to both of you for your service to your respective countries and your patriotism to both. Mike Sorelli, I begin with you because in many respects, I would not be shocked at what Iran's response was.
I'm weak. Shout out to my man, the lunatic libertarian. He's like, make landlines great again. CBs is also. I mean, shoot, we don't have to go. Nah, I'm good. I love my cell phone.
To the point of being silly, but this is serious business, so it can't be silly. Now, President Trump didn't spell it out, but he hinted very strongly today that the United States will be taking, along with Israel, presumably, additional action, probably combat action. Mike, what do you think?
You know what? I think President Trump was right to test diplomacy, but Iran is now using it both as a safe house and a delay tactic. And they have 47 years of treating red lines as suggestions because of the lack of consequence.
I'll be real with you. Both sides are using it as the delay tactic. The U.S. is using it to bring more forces into the region, and Iran's using it to start to dig out missiles. Yeah.
Is behind them. He did say something that I'll push against. He said that, you know, the ceasefire is on life support. Guys, I can make the argument that this ceasefire was clinically dead 2 weeks ago. And while diplomacy and pressure might have brought Iran to the table, the only thing that they will understand is punishment to bring them to reality. We need to hit them hard, and we need to hit them now, and don't stop until we have 100% submission and surrender.
Okay, so I would ask them, what does that look like? Because we did a pretty extensive bombing campaign on them already, and that wasn't working out for us. And the thing is, they were just bringing down the hammer on, well, Israel, UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. Like, these were the guys mainly getting hit during our little exchange. So you're right. I mean, we can go in there and try to bomb the shit out of them some more, but I'm sorry, unless you're willing to put boots on the ground, we're not going to take care of the regime. We're not going to stop the missiles or drones. So how much force is he actually willing to, well, commit to this? And like I said, I mean, so what do you mean by we just need to put on full force until they surrender? What does that look like in your eyes? Are we taking out power plants and bridges? Like, what you talking about?
Well, certainly, just on that point, I'm coming to you in a sec, Aaron. Mike, President today meeting with generals and other national security
shout out to my
advisors.
man, lunatic libertarian. My bad, I missed this one. He says tyrants must be held accountable. Unite with us. Hey, no, shout out.
He certainly gave out a lot.
Well, let's wait to see what Trump does in 2028. Let's see, because I've been hearing a lot of predictions that, you know, he could stretch this war out and be a wartime president and possibly go past, his presidential term. But Lord knows the Dems ain't gonna let that happen.
A lot of hints. I think he's going to push back pretty hard this time. I think he's going to adopt your attitude. General Keane has felt the same way. Many of us have felt the same way, but it looks almost certain. My only question is, where? Is it Karg? Is it mainland? What are the parameters of this, shall we say, additional combat missions?
I'm going to choose all the above, Larry. It is Karg. It's hitting military command nodes. It's dual use.
I mean, all right, hitting Karg or taking Karg? Because if we're hitting Karg, well, all right, cool. But taking Karg is a whole different monster on its own, and they can pretty much entrap people inside of there. So, like I said, the further we go up the escalation chain, let's not sit there and pretend like Iran's not going to do anything. That's why the best option is to get towards a peace deal. Because if we keep going up the escalation ladder, I'm sorry, but the Middle East is going to be completely decimated. Well, at least the energy infrastructure and the water desalination centers will.
Infrastructure, hit them wherever possible. And I've got to bring this up to your point on the left, where they hide virtue or restraint with virtue and weakness with wisdom. I don't understand a party that would rather live on their knees than die on their feet. And any use of American power is a problem to them. Sometimes, guys, and I'm not always an advocate of this, might is right, and might is right in this case. It is just, it is noble.
Yes, sir. There are just wars. There are just wars. Aaron Cohn, welcome back.
I mean,
as President Trump's leading psycho,
let's lean into his mindset a bit. Let's say I agree with him. Like, all right, might is right. Let's just take that route. Well, dog, we've been doing might is right for the past 2 months and it ain't really work. We've been doing economic might. We've been pulling off economic might, military might, and the regime's still in power, straits still closed, etc. So how far else do we need to go? So what? Are we actually going to commit to power plant and bridge day and they just start wiping out power plants and bridges throughout the Middle East, while we're doing it to Iran? Because that's what they're going to do, right? I hope you would understand this. Actually, Iran actually has the capability to shut off the entire internet within the Middle East. So let's be real. The more we escalate this, the worse it can get for the rest of the people in the Middle East. I just don't think that's a good idea. The best route would be for a peace deal. And if y'all guys want to go up the escalation ladder, then you better be able to deal with whatever comes out of it and apologize to the American people when it comes. And don't just say, oh no, we should deal with the higher gas price. We should deal with the higher energy costs, deal with the higher inflation. Why? Because Iran doesn't have a bomb. Hopefully y'all don't do that to us. Well, oh, wait, too late. They're already doing it.
Analyst, I want to ask you, what are you thinking now? What messages is he sending out? What happened here in your judgment?
Larry, it's good to see you. Here, I think Trump is signaling two things simultaneously. Let's pull back and do a little behavioral snapshot. He still wants a deal if Iran folds under pressure. That's 1. 2, he's preparing the battlefield politically and military if they don't. When Trump says the ceasefire is on massive life support, I believe that's strategic messaging because all this is going to get played out in the media. So I think he's telling Iran, you are about to run out of your last inches of runway. And so Iran's response to the latest proposal, you listed it off, the sanctions and the blockade, recognizing I think it was Hormuz and then pay some compensation. And I think there was some talk of preserving parts of the nuclear program. Never going to happen. So that's regime survival terms. Trump rejected it immediately.
So, yeah, and here's the thing, though. It went from, oh, yeah, you guys can enrich at 3.6% to, no, we don't want you guys enriching at all. We don't even want you enriching at 3.6%. And Iran is kind of saying that, yeah, we're not going for that. But if that's what we want Iran to go for, then you could go with this guy's idea over here of, this maximalist campaign where we just start destroying everything and see where that gets us. And I'll tell you this right now, it won't get us far. You can't bomb people into submission. You're only going to make them more radical.
And so Iran is doing again.
I mean, bro, that's the whole reason why we have terrorists. Terrorism or these terrorist groups are proof that you just can't bomb people into submission or you're going to create terrorists.
And what weakened regimes do after taking massive strategic damage, Larry.
Rebel forces.
They're stalling. They're buying time. They're creating fear theater. That's my new term of the week. And so trying to fracture that internal resolve. But I think military and economically, the regime is the weakest it's ever been in 40 years. So that I think the pressure campaign is working. The blockade is working. The strikes worked. And now Tehran is trying to use that diplomacy to recover.
See, here's the thing, though, because our intelligence already said that Iran could last out to like 6 months through the blockade. And then also, if you think Iran is going to wait 6 months until you just economically strangle them through the blockade, you're wrong, because they showed us that they're willing to attack the UAE while we're blocking the strait. So as time goes on, if we continue this blockade, they'll just start attacking our allies in the region. And we're going to be too busy trying to maintain a blockade to actually sit out there and protect all of our allies. Let's just be honest.
Leverage it lost on the battlefield. So they're running, Larry, they're on fumes. They're on inches of runway left here.
Yeah. There's nothing there. There's nothing there in their economy. I mean, when the New York Times writes 4,000 or 5,000 words on how bad the Iranian economy is, that's something right there. Very interesting point. But I think Israel will join us, right? And I think Israel, which has been in charge of...
no, they ain't going to join us. No, Israel's too busy with Lebanon. They ain't trying to join us.
Human resources and personnel will do its work on the so-called current Revolutionary Guard leadership.
Larry, the combination of Israel's upstream capabilities and being able to detect real-time signal, which is that incredible intel, and be able to route that in real time on the battlefields to the U.S. forces with their incredible might and technology, with that human intel that Israel's been building for 35 years, Iran doesn't have a chance. So I think it's time, and I agree with Mike, turn up the volume.
These guys, shout out to Fox, man. You know what? They stay consistent in trying to sell this war, to trying to push the war. Bro, they're literally just like, you know what, Trump, bro, F it, bro. Bomb the fuck out of them. Take everything out. Maximalist campaign. I'm just like, bro, y'all's like the most bloodthirsty network on television right now. Shout out to Fox, bro. The most bloodthirsty network on television.
Time to go back in. I think Trump genuinely wanted to give them time. But the problem is you're dealing with psychopathic, homicidal maniacs who don't view this as just a pathway to suicide. Homicide isn't the goal.
Homicidal maniacs. They're homicidal maniacs, all right. But you got bro over here talk about a maximal campaign. Take everything. I'm just like, you don't think that's calling for, I don't know. And let's be real, I'm okay with the killing of militants. I'm okay with the killing of the IRGC. I'm all for that. But the problem is, it doesn't seem like we could do that without catching up civilians. So guess what, bro? You're also kind of sounding like a homicidal maniac as well.
Larry, it's suicide. But they want to be the big shots in the Middle East. I think Trump is almost done, and I think we're going to see some military action turned up here. It's just a question of minutes.
Mike Sorelli, if we are headed down, the last few weeks or whatever, and there's going to be additional combat actions and so forth, at what point and how can we help? I'm calling them Persian Iranians. That's kind of you know what I'm getting at, civilians, people who are not.
Here's the thing, though. Yeah, the Persian Iranians aren't the ones you want to focus on. You want to focus on the ones that are not Persian. You want to focus on I think the Afghanis are there. They got the Kurds there. They got other ethnicities inside of Iran. And those are the ones that we actually prey on. Because I'm going to be real with you, like Iran, they do their immigrants dirty. Like they'll let you stay there, but you get no social service. And this is how people like the Mossad and the CIA can move in, put a little money in their pockets and get them to, go against the government. It's a little harder to do that against people who actually receive, social services from the government. It's a little harder to turn people against their government when, they're getting that. But it's real easy to do it to, the guys living on the outskirts who don't get shit. Real easy. So I wouldn't be focusing on the Persians, the Iranian Persians. I'll be focusing on the other ethnicity groups if you really want to try to push a regime change, which would probably fail regardless. But I mean, that'd be your best option. Probably the best thing that could work.
Not part of the radical Islamism that's been running the country for 47 years. How can we help them overthrow this regime? I mean, I want regime change. I don't believe, Mike, this is just me. You're an expert. Aaron's an expert. I'm an amateur. But I don't believe we could ever believe, whether it's verification or any other promise, that will be kept as long as these crazy radical Islamists are in charge. I just don't believe it. So that's why, among many other reasons, I'd like to see the civilian population, become free and take this regime out.
The world would love to see it. The Persians would love to see it. And I think, Aaron, you called it 2 weeks ago or last week. You want to, create that motivation, that inspiration for the people to rise up. Specifically target the Bajij, the source of oppression against their people. So allow Israel to continue taking out key leaders, but we've got to specifically target in each province the Bajij leadership as well as their foot soldiers to give those Persian people a fighting chance.
Is there any way to, put some weaponry in their hands, Mike?
There is. There's a multitude of reasons. And one, I'll say that Israel has the strongest human intelligence network within Iran, and Aaron just said it, after building it for 35 years. This is why they're an invaluable partner with the same objective, to rid the Middle East of this evil. But, whether that's air transport, that's airdrops to arm the people, that is an option. And who knows, President Trump and the administration alongside Israel may have been using this time for planning to support an uprising in Iran.
That is a great point. Aaron,
yeah, great point of delusion.
I want to give you the last word on that point, because the CIA has a lot of resources. Mossad has a lot of resources. Sometimes I think when the ILGC has national security meetings, a third of the people in the room are Mossad. They just don't know it. The mullahs don't even know it. So what did the brother Sorelli is saying? Could we pull it off this time?
100%. It would be a pleasure to watch Israel. And listen, you get a platoon of guys like Mike, Larry. You can drop these guys in an ice bucket right here. They'll be happier than than a pig swimming in. You know what I'm saying? You take the Israelis, you take the SEALs, you take the Green Berets, you get AFSOC, you get Israel's assets, put them together. There could be training packages. Mike, you tell me, that could be happening right now quietly on the other side of the border.
But all right, now, speaking of Israel, because we got to talk about Israel for a little bit. Because, shout out to the Dems on this one. Shout out to the Dems, because the Republicans would never, they wouldn't even dare do this. The Dems are literally pushing for Israel to pretty much expose their nuclear arsenal, to pretty much tell or to stop hiding behind, strategic ambiguity. Now you got to tell the people, do you have nukes or not? And if they say yes, then we have to stop funding Israel, because it is illegal to fund Israel if they have nukes and they're not under the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty or any type of treaty about nukes. So yeah, shout out to the Dems for actually pushing on that and actually trying to push for Israel to recognize, for the world and for Israel and for Marco Rubio to recognize that Israel has nukes. Because it's kind of like the secret of the world that everybody knows. Like, it's not really a secret, but it's a secret. All right, but let's get into it. Because like I said, bro, the Republicans would never. That they're too busy being inconsistent about Iran.
The demand for more answers on Israel's nuclear arsenal.
Shout out to my man, the lunatic libertarian. He says the bombing of the Middle East eliminates any real history and allows for new stories. Must be the C theories. Call me the lunatic. Am I wrong or not? I mean, you know what's crazy? Yeah, the bombing of the Middle East eliminates any real history. You know what's crazy? Wanting the bombing of the Middle East kind of shows you don't know any real history of what's been going on there. It's like, do you understand that the reckless bombing of these people have done nothing but create these groups of radical terrorists, being on Holy Land and all that good stuff, invading, taking over, doing constant regime change. All this does is turn these people against us, create these radical groups and all this wild stuff. So when people say, oh, let's go out there and just bomb them like hell, I'm like, all right, but, if you go out there and bomb Iran like that, the way I'm imagining you guys are, hopefully it's not like that. You're just going to create more IRGC members. I'm just going to let y'all know that right now. That's all you're going to do. Just like when Israel was recklessly bombing Hamas, all they did was create more Hamas. It's what happens. It's what happens when you literally become the enemy of an entire country. And then, you just start recklessly bombing them. You might have killed bros, mom, dad, sister, girlfriend. And now all they have is this ever-burning hatred for America.
The demand for more answers on Israel's nuclear arsenal. 30 House Democrats sent a letter to Secretary of State Marco Rubio urging the Trump administration to acknowledge Israel's nuclear program. And for more
Bro, I'm sorry, but that's just so real. Like, I gotta give it to them. Shout out to the Dems. This will probably be one of the few times I would say shout out to the Dems, but I mean, that's real. What? Like, what? After all the secret shilling y'all did for Israel, all of a sudden y'all come out and do this? I'm impressed. I'm happy about it. I can't be mad because I know the Republicans would never in their life touch on this topic. Never. Shit, man. They're going to gaslight you like it don't even exist.
Assurances given the ongoing war with Iran. They write, quote, Congress has a constitutional responsibility to be fully informed about the nuclear balance in the Middle East and the risk of escalation by any party to this conflict, and the administration's planning and contingencies for such scenarios. We do not believe that we have received that information. This is sort of like an open secret. Everybody knows that Israel has nukes. We don't know how many. Is it time for there to be more transparency around that?
Well, it's not up to us. I mean, it's a very interesting story because we were put in a difficult position by the state of Israel. Some people out there might not know this, but the United States government tried really hard to prevent Israel from having nuclear weapons. It was not in the...
Yeah, they stole it. It's called NUMEC. They stole it out of Pennsylvania in a facility called NUMEC, and that's how they got their nuclear weapons, with the help of South Africa and France. And yeah, and guess who? And it's funny? Isn't it funny how all of those three now have nuclear weapons today? Isn't that just so funny? So yeah, Israel stole their nuclear weapons from us. And guess what? When we grilled them on it, when Kennedy grilled them on it, say, I know you're building it, bro, the man ended up dead like what? A couple weeks later? And he was literally yelling at the prime minister of Israel, talk about quit playing with me. I know you got the nukes. We got the pictures, but you're over here lying to us. So trust me. It does seem like when you talk about Israel's nuclear arsenal, you either get gaslit or if you're president, there's that.
The state and national interests of the United States under the administrations of Dwight Eisenhower and John F. Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson for Israel to have the bomb. The French engaged in a covert operation with Israel to help Israel build its capacity. The French were not straightforward with us about it, and the Israelis were not straightforward with us. By the end of the 60s, you have a new administration that comes into town, and the French have changed.
I'm sorry, but bro, this is just retarded logic right here. So first off, Israel has already threatened to nuke countries if we don't help them. In the Yom Kippur War, there's literally saying they were going to nuke Egypt and what was the other country? I think it was Lebanon. They were going to nuke those two countries if we didn't continue helping them. So you kind of understand why it's bad for a country just to have illegal nukes. That's why it's bad, because they can engage in nuclear blackmail like they have before. So trust me, all the fear mongering that we're doing with Iran having nukes, Israel is doing right now. And they've already done it in the past. Nuclear blackmail. So I'm sorry, but to sit there and say that, I'm scared of, Iran's going to start firing nukes off at people. No, you want to know why Iran wouldn't do that? Think about common sense here. One, bombing Israel or nuking Israel is going to affect the Palestinians or Hamas, is that they put so much money into helping out. So that's one right there. They can't nuke Israel without pretty much nuking Gaza as well. It's just not going to work out. And then also they're going to cause contamination in the Arabic, Persian, it's the Persian Gulf. Yes, they're going to cause contamination in the Persian Gulf just by nuking in their area. So they don't even have that option. That's why they never went towards a nuke, because environmentally it would just fuck up the entire region. It's just not worth it. And it's just really not worth it. Honestly, the best nuke they got is closing the strait without causing environmental damage. Like, I'm sorry, but it's just not ethnically reasonable to sit there and have a nuke and just bomb it within the region where you're literally going to contaminate your water source that they use for fresh water through the water desalination centers. Like, it just don't make sense if you really think about it. And it's the reason why Israel hasn't got a nuke today, because they understand that there really is no way of nuking Israel without causing nuclear fallout in the Middle East. And Israel understands that as well. But here's the thing, if Israel's ever in an existential danger, they won't hesitate to do so.
Their policy, and they're now not selling weapons to Israel anymore. The Israelis come to our government and say, we'd like to buy F-4s, Phantom bombers. We're willing to do that, but we say to the Israelis, but you've got to announce that you'll never introduce nuclear weapons into the Middle East. Because we were very worried about an arms race in the Middle East. And we were afraid that if the Israelis announced that they had nuclear weapons, the Egyptians would go to the Soviets and say, would you give us a nuclear guarantee? And we'd find ourselves in a Cuban Missile Crisis, but in the Middle East. So the Nixon administration, which, by the way, the Joint Chiefs of Staff didn't want Israel to have nuclear weapons. The State Department didn't want them. Really, none of the leaders in that administration wanted them to have nuclear weapons, but they had them. And so the U.S. government came up with this fix, which was basically, don't say to the world that you have them, and don't introduce them. In other words, don't assemble a weapon, and we'll sell you Phantoms, because the administration was afraid that if they didn't sell Phantoms to Israel, members of Congress who were supportive of Israel would say, why aren't you helping the Israelis out? And the U.S. government didn't want to say, well, we're not helping them because they have nuclear weapons, because we don't do that. We don't.
That's what I'm saying. We told Israel to claim strategic ambiguity to keep on funding them, to keep on giving these guys weapons, because the fact that they have nuclear weapons, I mean, that should be the end of discussion. I mean, bro, you don't need anything else. You got the ultimate weapon. The hell we're giving you weapons for? You have the ultimate weapon. You got about 90 to 130 of them. So yeah, we have to cut off funding for Israel.
Talk about the number of nuclear weapons France has. We don't talk about the number of nuclear weapons that the UK has. Those countries announced themselves that they were nuclear powers. So it has never been our policy as a government to tell people about our allies' nuclear arsenals if they don't say it themselves. And we're stuck in this policy because of the Cold War. It's a problem.
But now that there's a hot war in the Middle East, does that change the calculus?
How does it advance the interest of the United States to force Israel to cough up this furball when everybody already does it anyway? What's the point?
Especially since the ambiguity, the strategic ambiguity of this between Nixon and Meyer at the time has led to 50 years of a lack of an arms race outside of Israel, right? Egypt does not, to our knowledge, have a bomb. Lebanon, Syria, all these countries did not develop nuclear weapons as a result of us essentially looking the other way.
Yes, but one of the things that has fallen away is our leverage. We've never had a lot of leverage over the state of Israel when it comes to its decisions on national security. They're an independent country. They have different nationals. They're our national interests.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of people can now understand why we can't check Israel all the time. I mean, bro, these guys got nuclear weapons. Like, literally, they have nuclear weapons, guys. So it's hard to go against a country that has nuclear weapons and they can use it anytime they want. You kind of got to play careful with them. And I mean, that's kind of like, and that's the power that Israel does not want Iran to have. It's not that Iran's just going to start firing off into countries. No, it's that Iran's going to have to be left the fuck alone. And Israelis don't want that. And that's what nukes kind of give you. No matter what type of crazy ass government you are, if you got nukes, they'll leave you the F alone. Nobody's going to try to regime change you because they're scared that you're going to use your nukes. And at this point, North Korea has been vindicated by pretty much getting nukes. Because, like, look, hey, if you get a nuke, America leaves you alone. Nobody tries to overthrow you. It's all good. But if you don't have nukes, then you're going to get bullied by the countries that do have nukes. And that's a spot no country want to be in. So what do you think this is going to do? A lot of countries are going to start racing towards nukes right under our nose.
Their national interests do, overlap, but not completely. And Israel, time and again, and it's a Republican and Democratic administrations that have always been faced with this challenge. Israel does what Israel wants to do. And
guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen and smashing that like button, depending on how you're watching.
One of the things we haven't done as much of as that we could is like a good ally who wants Israel to persevere. We haven't used our leverage to say to Israel sometimes, you know, the war you've launched against Hamas deserves it, but the way you're fighting it, it's not good for the international system and it's not good for us. That's what I think is going on here, which is and it's a good debate to have, not on the nuclear issue, but how can the United States use its leverage to make the Middle East more peaceful?
So here are some of the questions that Joaquin Castro is posing on this issue. Maybe this might answer some of your questions. What nuclear weapons capability does Israel have? Has the administration received any assurances from Israel that nuclear weapons will not be used? Has Israel communicated to the United States any nuclear doctrine?
I mean, that means we'd have to ask for Israel to give up their nuclear weapons, and Lord knows they're not trying to do that.
Any red lines or thresholds for nuclear use in the context of the current conflict with Iran? Has the administration assessed what circumstances could lead Israel to consider nuclear use? What contingency planning has the administration conducted for such a scenario? I mean, we do. Look.
Is there? I'm asking an honest question.
Hey, and shout out Cynthia. Shout out Cynthia for sending a laughing disco for $2.50. Appreciate the support. And what was I about to say? Hold on here. Make sure I catch that point again.
Planning has the administration conducted for such a scenario? I mean, we do.
Honestly, if it was me, bro, if I was president, I'd just be like, as soon as them start talking about it, I'm like, yo, Israel, we're taking your nukes, bro. We got to take them, because if you want continuous support from us, you got to pick what's more important, our support or your nukes. And if your nukes are more important, then you can no longer get our support. But if our support's more important, you want to be in our good graces, then you got to give up your nukes. And maybe you giving up your nukes will maybe make Iran give up their enrichment. I mean, maybe not, most likely not. But I mean, hey, it'd be a step in the right direction.
Is there? I'm asking an honest question. Why? I mean, has there been some rumor?
Well, why? Because we're funding a country that has illegal nukes. If that's the case, yes, they have nukes. So don't even sit there and play stupid like they don't. There's not no rumor going like, why? Why we got to sit there and worry about Israel? Because we're funding a nuclear armed country that got it illegally. That committed a complete genocide in Gaza. That's why we're kind of questioning their rationality here. And it's fair to do so after what they've been doing. I mean, look what they did in Gaza. Look what they're doing in Lebanon. After those two, I'm going like, you know, I think we need to double check if you guys have nukes or not. I think this is a very concerning thing. Seeing your current actions, I don't think you guys are rational players anymore.
It says that Israel is going to nuke Iran.
Here's the thing. I guess the question is again, now there's been
y'all say that Iran's going to nuke Israel with no proof, no nothing, nothing at all. Well, actually, hold on. To be fair, they do have a countdown in Iran. What was it? A countdown to Israel is gone, which is saying like 25 years or something like that. So they do have a countdown, but they don't say what 25 years until we nuke Israel. I mean, come on now. We'll be the point of waiting 25 years for that. They could have did that 5 years ago.
Change of status quo. Mm-hmm. There's a war between the United States, Israel, and Iran that is going on right now in the Middle East. And under those circumstances, that is actually different from what we've been experiencing for the last, 40, 50 years. And so under those circumstances, there's only one power in the Middle East that has a nuke, and it's Israel. And so the question is, what are the circumstances? What are the boundaries? Are there any boundaries? They don't acknowledge that they have them. People know that they do, but are there any boundaries? I think that seems like a fair question to ask.
I'm assuming that they're in executive session. The Armed Services Committee and the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and certainly the intelligence community are getting.
I ain't gonna lie, man. This man Van Jones is doing some real Israel shilling right now, bro. Like I'm just looking at him, just like, really. So wow, this is pretty concerning. You're telling everybody like, why does it matter? Like, why are we asking these questions? Bro, if you lost your mind, like, bro, we should have been asking these questions like years ago, decades ago. We should have been asking these questions.
Much of a briefing on the state of Israeli nuclear readiness as they feel they need. The issue here is whether it should be done publicly.
Well, are they? Because I mean, I presume that the reason that they've released this letter is because they're not.
So I think that's the question. This is not about national. This is just political.
No, but this is a question. Should they be doing a gang evasion? Should they be doing a briefing of some sort to members of Congress? I don't think that is unreasonable at this point. And that letter made it seem like they actually don't have the answers to the questions. And to be honest with you, I think what worries Congress and the Democratic members is I don't know if the White House has asked themselves those questions. And so I think that is the concern, is that has the White House done—
guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's try to get to 100 likes by double tapping that screen. So I need about 22 of y'all to double tap that screen like the video. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's get right back into it.
Their homework. Do they know the answers to these questions? And if they do, can they do a classified briefing?
Last question for you, Tim, because I think you laid out the history really. It was really fascinating. Look, we've been in this place for a while because of all those things that you laid out. But if Israel, in fact, has a nuclear weapon or nuclear weapons, why shouldn't they behave the way other nuclear states that are good actors do when they have those nuclear weapons? They have a certain degree of transparency. They have a principle around their use of nuclear weapons. Why shouldn't they be subject to that expectation, even if it's not a mandate?
Well, I'm not going to tell the Israelis what to do, but I think they should, of course. I know why we didn't, and I respect that.
I'll be real with you, the way I mean, we fund them. We should be able to make these dudes do backflips for us, like backflip and somersault through a fiery ring, the way we're helping them out. So no, they should.
I know why the United States doesn't talk publicly about it. I think they should. It's not for me to tell them what to do, but of course I think they should. I think they should announce that they have this capability and that they can protect themselves. And I think that would be healthy because we don't have a Soviet Union to provide nuclear assistance to the Egyptians. And then the Israelis would have these.
I beg your pardon. North Korea could provide immediately. Russia could provide immediately. Like I don't know what you're talking about on that regard. Like there's an axis of powers against us: the Islamic Republic of Iran, North Korea, Russia, and China.
Yeah, but
Three of them are nuclear
the
powers.
Egyptians are our allies. They're not.
Yeah, but let's be real though. Like we're not. But that's the thing though. We're not going to get into it with those nuclear powers. So nuclear powers fight through proxy. This is the reason why we fight Iran through our proxies in the Middle East, and they fight us through their proxies in the Middle East. It's just the way it goes down. Like sadly. But here's the thing, though. Nuclear countries rarely come at each other because of the threat of mutual destruction. It's like China's afraid to really go at it with us because we could just start firing nukes at each other and just take everybody out. Same with Russia, same with North Korea. Shoot, worst case with North Korea, I mean, they could just start pummeling South Korea. So that's the problem with dealing with or coming at a nuclear country or a nuclear state. You kind of got to come at them a different way with respect, with some respect in your tone. Because if you don't, you might just be talking everybody into nuclear Armageddon.
Allied with North
Korea the chessboard is not divided in half now. It's a dangerous world, but I would just say that I think it would be helpful for the Middle East for Israel in a way to acknowledge it, but. No country's going to say how many weapons
I would pose the same question that you posed, which is why not? If there's no reason for them not to acknowledge it, given all the things that you laid out.
Let's have another show about that.
Yeah.
I'm betting he won't be there. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into Fox News. Let's see what their panel's saying. Let's see what they're saying. They're saying Trump rips Iran's weak proposal. All right.
The high-stakes showdown with Iran could be reaching a breaking point. President Trump eviscerating the terror regime's lackluster counterproposal to the latest U.S. peace proposal. Here's what 47 said earlier.
A lot of people said, well, does he have a plan? Yeah, of course I do have the best plan ever. A very simple plan. I don't know why you don't say it like it is. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And they give us it's a stupid proposal. And nobody would take it, although Obama would have taken it, Biden would have taken it. What they took was far worse. You have the moderates and you have the lunatics. And I think the moderates are more respected. The lunatics want to fight till the end.
For the time being, the ceasefire remains in place?
It's unbelievably weak. I would call it the weakest right now after reading that piece of garbage they sent us. I didn't even finish reading it. They said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support.
And leave it to the Dems to always root for America's failure in the conflict with Iran, just as a way to try to stick it to President Trump.
This conflict has been a massive disaster, and Donald Trump himself is an embarrassment on the world stage.
What is a president willing to give up? What are the Iranians willing to accept? And they're now in a better position than they were, ironically, several months ago.
To negotiate. It also points out why it was so stupid to start this war in the first place. It's actually put Iran in a stronger position, at least.
Literally, like before this war, Iran didn't control the Strait of Hormuz. But as soon as we started this war, it's like we added another goal to the list. Like when we started it, what do we want? To grind down their military, make sure they ain't got no nuclear, or take away their enrichment. And then, of course, regime change, even though they didn't want to say it out loud. But when we start this war, we had to add something to the list. Reopen the Strait of Hormuz and somehow do it without no restrictions on it. But it don't even look like we're getting that. Because the proposal that was sent to Trump, they pretty much said it out loud. Iran says, yeah, we're going to be administrating the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to call it what? I forgot the name that they use. I'm going to go ahead and look it up. But yes, in the proposal, it was asking, or not even asking this man. It was pretty much telling Trump that, look, part of our proposal is that you let us administer the Strait of Hormuz. And he said, no, we're not doing that. And then, of course, also they want a full sanction relief for what, the 10 to 20 year memorandum of understanding, and like, you know, for a 10 to 20 year delay on their nuclear enrichment, which I'm be honest, you basically kicking the can down the road. It's basically the same thing as a JCPOA. But I don't think Trump wants that either. I think he wants, like he says, and like these other guys on Fox News are saying, complete submission, utter surrender. You get nothing, we get everything, so we can go home and tell everybody how we kicked y'all ass. And Iran does not seem to be giving us that.
At least for now.
Kellyanne, can you please help make sense of this and why the Democrats, or how the Democrats can say that Iran's in a stronger position now?
Well, they're clearly not. Ask the IRGC how they're feeling. 3 short months ago, they had a Navy.
They still got a Navy. The Navy was closing down the Strait of Hormuz. They're out there in a bunch of kamikaze speedboats and man-driven speedboats with missile launchers on them. So, no, they still got a Navy. And guess what? Apparently, their Navy consisted of these small boats. 60% of their Navy is still out there. While Donald Trump and Hegseth was telling us we took out 90%, these guys still had 60%.
They had endless stockpiles of missiles. They had copious amounts of drones. Now they are militarily degraded, economically decimated.
Military degraded? No. Economically decimated? No, for sure. That's true. That's true, actually.
Dozen of its leaders are as dead as the 42,000 peaceful protesters that they
killed.
And
the propaganda is dead as the 42,000 peaceful protesters, even though we have no names, no birthdays, no social securities, or what they use as social securities, nothing. Do you know that, guys? They have no names, no birthdays, no nothing. I mean, we got name and birthdays for the genocide in Gaza. We got name and birthdays for the Christian genocide in Nigeria, but we don't got no name and birthdays for the 42,000 protesters. Really, guys? Y'all just going to go off that? Like I said, man, they just trying to sell you a war.
The list goes on.
Get you all up in your feelings. They killed 42,000 protesters. Said, how could you say they didn't? Because they didn't give us no names. You know how much names they gave us? Over 3,000. Shoot, in my estimate, I think they probably killed about 3,000 to 6,000, but 42,000 in 2 days, guys, like really sound like that sounds absolutely nuts. In 2 days, without dropping a nuke on them, like, come on now.
And the president holds all the cards. The U.S. is in a very strong position here, Emily, because this is what leadership looks like. We have a commander-in-chief who's not going to do what other presidents did: coddle, capitulate, and cave to the state sponsor of terror, the largest in the world. The calls for death to America and death to Israel were so loud that there's a guy that won't ignore it anymore. He won't.
Yeah, but why do they say death to America? I would ask her that, because I don't think a lot of these like Fox News hosts know. If you actually ask them, yo, so why do they say death to America? Do you understand the history of that? Like, do you understand that we've been interfering in their government since the 50s? That We supported Saddam in invading Iran and also gave him the precursors for the chemical weapons to gas Iranians. So we helped support Saddam in a war that took over 500,000 Iranian lives. And you think they forgot that? You think they forgot about that, guys? So don't you think that's probably one of the reasons why they say death to America? Oh, and the fact that we have relentless sanctions on them that hurts their economy. They know we do that as well. You don't think that's not going to have them have any type of weird feelings towards America? Or they're just supposed to love us for the economic turmoil and the relentless undermining of their government and their society? They're supposed to celebrate us for that? Do you hear yourself? So when they say death to America, one, Iranians explained it many times. They don't mean the people of America. They mean our government. Just like when you say you want the government gone, you don't mean all the Iranian people. You just mean the IRGC and the Ayatollah. Yeah, well, guess what? They mean the same thing for us. And it's crazy how you understand that for yourself, but you can't understand that for the Iranian people. The same people that y'all say y'all want to save. Like, hilarious.
Look the other way at this inhumane state sponsor of terrorism who has killed more Americans than pretty much any other country. Wake up, everybody. And look, Jack Reed saying that is just false. You're allowed to say what you want on TV. He's not under oath. In fact, when he's interviewing witnesses on his committees in the United States Senate, the witnesses are under oath. Jack Reed and Cory Booker never are. So they have no incentive to ever tell the truth. How in the world, by any measure, is Iran in the better place now? Just 2 weeks ago,
they controlled the Strait of Hormuz. They got the global economy by the balls. Okay, they're walking away from our maximalist demands. Okay, that shows that we don't have them where we want them, or they would be eating out of the palm of our hands. What part of this is like hard to see? Like, I'm sorry, it's pretty easy to understand that yes, they are actually in a pretty good position. Now, I won't go as far as saying that, oh, they're just completely winning this war, but they're definitely keeping us away from all of our goals.
They tried to shoot at 2 of our destroyers and couldn't even come close. They were like a kid at a carnival game with a water pistol. So to say Iran's in a better position, Iran was in a much better position when Barack Obama was giving them billions of dollars, pallets of cash. They were in a much better position when John Kerry went over there to negotiate the JCPOA.
I mean, because we weren't bombing them, but okay.
They were in a much better position when Israel was on its heels. They were in a much better position when the Gulf states weren't helping us out. And so by any measure, we are winning, but war takes time. And I would remind my people, I would remind my friends who have objections to this war, peace through strength also necessitates the strength part as well. Last point, because Cory Booker, New Jersey, what do we have, 10 million people now? My home state, I'm a Jersey girl forever. We can't do better than this guy. He's so jealous of Donald Trump that it makes him zealous about a war that the U.S. is winning. He represents the United States of America. He ought to behave like that when he's on a Sunday show. Look at him. He ran for president in 2020.
Y'all kill me with this whole, oh, Donald Trump had the balls to do what no other president wanted to do before. And here's the problem with that statement is that no, it's not that he had the balls, is that he was just bamboozled, is that he was sadly dumb enough to believe the Israelis. And, oh, we could take out Iran in like 4 days to 2 weeks. Yeah, it's not that he had the balls to do it, that he was stupid enough to believe that we could do this in 2 weeks. And I wish that wasn't the reality that we're living in, but it is. It's not about being brave. It's about being gullible.
Cue the laughter. He ran for president, and you know how many electoral votes he got? 0. The same number as Kamala Harris, the same number as all these people who are jealous of Donald Trump because he's the president and Cory Booker's not. What is his body of work? What is he doing that he's giving China and North Korea aid and comfort to?
Now, I ain't gonna lie. Her grilling of Cory Booker is valid. It's valid. Bro, don't do nothing but bitch. That's all he does. Like, he's one of the main people I'm talking about with no real policy, no nothing, just Trump bad, Trump evil. Nothing. No real policies. If you ask Mario, what would you do different? He couldn't tell you. He would just sit there and explain to you, I feel like Donald Trump is just doing an abysmal job. Oh, man, everything is going terrible with him. All right, great. You're right, whatever. What's your plan, though? Like, you got anything? I hate Trump. That's all y'all ever have.
Insult our commander-in-chief and our president when he's on his way to China to show who the real superpower is. Zero, the same number of hairs on his head. Kennedy,
yes.
Talk to us about
And he also was a lackluster tight end at Stanford, I'm told.
Oh, I know. That explains a lot, doesn't
Exactly
it?
right. Yes, it does.
Talk to us about the future for us and for Iran, like what we could expect, because it seems like the Democrats are expecting either instantaneous results and instant gratification with zero forgiveness for movement, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And also it seems like they're unprepared for a stronger alliance with the Gulf states, with the United States, which is what is happening.
Oh, a stronger relationship, but everybody's moving towards China. A stronger relationship, but the UAE gets out of OPEC to produce more oil so they can start selling in Chinese yuan. Okay, yeah. Well, we're building real strong relations in the Middle East, right? You know, we just pretty much dragged all of our Gulf partners into a war. Some of their infrastructure, civilian and energy infrastructure, has been destroyed because we pulled them into this war. And while Iran was firing into the Gulf countries, we was too busy protecting Israel. You think we're on their best side right now? Well, let me tell you something. Do you know that the King of Saudi Arabia refused to let us carry out any more attacks from their bases? Donald Trump had to get on the phone and hop on like, yo, Mohammed, my dog, bro, yo, we still need those bases. And he's like, I don't know, Trump, man. I mean, like, the missiles came and you was over Israel. You wasn't even protecting us. We holding up your dollar. And Trump's just like, look, man, look, we need to go out of your base or we have no real strategic advantage against these guys. And, you know, Mohammed's like, well, I do hate those Iranians as well. So I got you. Just don't fuck us over again. And Trump was able to get us to use these bases again. But the Saudi prince did hold off on us for a little bit, saying that he did not want us to use our base. Now, Trump was able to talk him back into it. But the fact that he even did that in the first place shows some discontent with us.
It's interesting. You're absolutely right about that. And I think that the United States and Israel are looking at this in 2 very different ways. Israel is more hawkish here. They want to extract the uranium from the ground with or without a deal. And they've been telegraphing that pretty clearly. And I think if you look at what the United States is doing, they have a more global strategy. And I don't mean that in terms of the planet. I mean, in terms of pulling out and wanting to make sure that there is peace going forward. And, you know, this is sort of a multi-layered part of the president's foreign policy. And I'm one of those people, I don't like war. I don't like conflict. I think the quagmire that you could get yourself into very quickly oftentimes isn't worth it. But I will give the president enough grace to say, if this is something where it started with the Abraham Accords that he is only going to add on to, and it is going to change the face of especially energy policy in the Middle East to make us all safer and to make countries like Iran that wants to cooperate with their neighbors, if it is going to help people who were displaced by the revolution in the late 70s, if they can go back to their homeland, then those are all net benefits. And it also, if peace and prosperity are the goal, then that is the American foreign policy that everyone should stand behind. And I think we have to be very careful of not demonizing everything the president does, because it also comes off being very anti-American. And you have
True. I mean, here's the thing, though. When you go all TDS about it, yeah, I get that. But here's the problem, though, that MAGA and the Republicans are hiding behind TDS for this criticism of Iran. When even people on our own side have a criticism, they're like, oh, you have TDS. Like, dog, how? I voted for Trump. I was with y'all on the tariffs. I was with y'all on the mass immigration that y'all kind of went back on. I was with you guys on bringing down gas prices and all this good stuff. But Trump said no new wars in the Middle East, no new wars, period, especially with Iran. So when he goes against that, and I pretty much speak out, now I'm the one with TDS. Now I'm an American. Do you see how retarded that sounds? It's pretty much saying that we just can't hold Trump accountable. And whatever Trump do, you guys are just going to ride along with it. Even if you know damn well he didn't support it in the beginning. And you guys will sit there and lie to yourself and say, what you mean? Well, in the 80s, yeah, well, let's talk about what he was talking about current day in 2016 with no new wars, especially in the Middle East. Or do I have to play the video again of all the unkept promises of Donald Trump? Do I? You know what? F it, I do, because I ain't gonna lie. I do want to take a nice little 4-minute break. So I'll be right back, guys. Take a nice little 4-minute break. Enjoy the video.
Hey, President Trump, how are those mass deportations going?
They said, you got to lighten up on this. We have a lot of heart for people. They came in illegally, but they're good people, and they're working now on farms.
I have proposed, and President Trump has concurred, that this surge operation conclude.
Oh. Well, surely no new wars in the Middle East like you've campaigned on for years, right?
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. We should have never gone into the Middle East. We should have never gone into the Middle East. Under my leadership, we will turn the page forever on those foolish, stupid days. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. You're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
Donald Trump issued an ultimatum to Iran: open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours or America will attack their power plants.
Why is the Pentagon going to ask Congress for an additional $200 billion?
So we're in very good shape, but we want to be in the best shape.
Oh. So why are we going to war with Iran again?
You know, if we didn't do that B-2 attack, Israel would have been wiped out. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks after that.
Because Israel was determined to act with or without the U.S., our Commander-in-Chief and the administration and the officials I just named had a very difficult decision to make.
Miriam gave my campaign, indirectly and directly, $250 million. She was number one. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I can think of. But they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights.
Oh. Well, I'm sure there will be zero repercussions for this war, and it's probably only going to go on for like a week, right?
As we head into week 4 of this war.
As gas prices climb across the country, President Trump pressured allies to help secure safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz.
A major shipping route for oil has effectively been shut down amid this war, sending shockwaves through the markets, with gas jumping nationwide from an average of $2.92 in Kansas to more than $5 a gallon in California.
Look, gas prices are up. And we know they're up, and we know that people are hurting because of it.
Well, at least we as the MAGA movement still collectively agree that child transitioning is wrong, right? Okay. How about those Epstein files?
So this is a Democrat hoax because they're trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant to the success that we've had as a nation since I've been president. What this whole thing is with Epstein is a way of trying to deflect from the tremendous success that the Republican Party had. But don't talk about it too much because honestly, I don't want to take it away from us. It's really a Democrat problem.
Man, you know what's so crazy about that? Like, there's literally people online that's literally defending Jeffrey Epstein, going like, well, guys, they were 14. I mean, he was preying on 14-year-old girls, guys. That doesn't make him a pedophile. I mean, they got to be 12. I'm like, bro, it's the mindset. Like, there isn't really a difference between the mindset of a 12-year-old and the mindset of a 14-year-old. I would hope I wouldn't have to explain that to you. But we actually literally got people in MAGA that are defending it, which is... Okay, let me just, I ain't gonna lie. Trust me, I kind of got pissed off during the conversation because I was just like, are you for real? You know, they call y'all pedophile protectors and you're literally making a case for Jeffrey Epstein. Like, for real, bro? Like, dog. But all right.
Have to be able to, if there are wins, you have to be able to grant those if you ever want to build upon them if Democrats regain Congress and at some point the presidency.
Especially with our military servicemen and women fighting overseas and in harm's way. Charlie, I have a question, and it's on that tack because there's a fissure, frankly, between the Republican Party, where many say that Israel has different objectives and therefore we should not have yoked ourselves to our ally. But to Kennedy's point, don't we have a shared interest in obliterating, to use Hillary Clinton's terminology about Iran, a sworn enemy that the can was just being kicked down the road from prior administrations?
Well, I think one of the dumbest things that we have heard from some quarters on the right of Trump supporters or former Trump supporters is this idea that Trump is acting at the behest of Israel. It's absurd, as if America doesn't have any interest in the Middle East in terms of oil and things like that. It's absurd. Donald Trump, if anybody knows anything about Donald Trump, you know, he's not going to be working at the behest of anybody other than, I think, the United States of America. But I think Kennedy also makes a really, really great point. And you're against war. I'm against war. You know who else is against war?
Oh, hell. Okay. I'm sorry, but like, bro, that is a big cap. I was like, why are you lying? Like, bro, like, come on. Y'all against, bro, y'all been pushing for war. Fox News, Fox Business, all y'all been doing is, oh no, we need to go back to striking Iran. We need to go ahead and finish the job. We need to start really bombing these guys. Jesse's Waters over here, mouth salivating over what power plant and bridge day. So I'm sorry, but no, you guys been pushing for war this entire time. You can't sit there and say, I don't want war. You don't want war, bro. Cut the cap. The only person that don't want that war is the liberal at the table.
Donald Trump is against war. He doesn't want to do this. He recognized that this was a real problem and it needed to be addressed, so much so that he was willing to do it in the middle of an election year, which there's not a single politician in our lifetime who has ever had the guts to do something like that. And he did it because he actually believed in it. And one of the things that I think gets lost in all of this is, like you say, if they're going to build on the Abraham Accords and actually solve a problem that has been a nightmare for our country for decades, especially over the past 25 years, where we have been embroiled in some unending wars, if it ends the incentive for future politicians to get involved in never-ending wars in the Middle East, I give him all the grace period that he needs in order to accomplish that, because I trust this guy way more than I trust any of the buffoons that might follow him and get us into another one of these stupid wars.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you.
Well, you know, it's interesting because we have this back and forth with Democrats and Republicans. Obviously, I'm not listening to any of these Democrats who are, you know, trumpeting this, you know, Iran is in a better position. It's nonsense. And I think most people know that. But I am tuning into various voices who are against the war. I'm like, sell me on this, because to me, it looks like the U.S. is in a very advantageous position. So I want to hear from these people, maybe like-minded people, maybe people on the right, but they haven't sold me. But you know who has? I have this app on my phone. I listen to radio stations all around the world. It's great. The world and in Europe, they have a rosier view of this war than you would expect. And the headline that jumps out, multinational coalition seeks.
Did he just say, no way? There's no way he said that. Let me see. No way.
Listen to radio stations all around the world. It's great. The world and in Europe, they have a rosier view of this war than you would expect.
Okay, so you are stupid. Okay, my bad, bro. I just have to check real quick because ain't no way bro said that. You know what? Let me see if I still got the video.
Something big is happening in Ireland right now.
There it is.
The world was warned this could happen, and now it actually is. The Philippines just became the first country in the entire world to declare a state of emergency because of fuel shortages linked to the war in the Middle East. This is because a staggering 98% of the fuel that the Philippines imports needs to pass through the Gulf region. And it's not just them. The whole world is now facing its biggest restrictions on fuel since COVID. Slovenia just became the first EU state to begin fuel rationing, so you can now only buy 50 liters max of fuel per day. Meanwhile, the IEA has now advised their 32 member countries, which include the likes of Australia, Germany, Japan, France, and the UK, to implement various fuel-saving measures, including even lowering their highway speeds by 10 kilometers an hour. China have temporarily banned fuel exports to protect their domestic supplies. Australia are facing what's described as a national crisis, where hundreds of their petrol stations are running dry from panic buying and shortages. South Korea have begun considering work-from-home policies and have also introduced price limits for fuel for the first time in decades, along with other countries like Croatia, Hungary, Brazil, and Thailand. Cuba are really struggling this week with numerous countrywide power cuts, only made worse by the fuel shortages. Japan will begin their biggest ever release of oil from their strategic reserves this week. And as for the United States, well, Trump was asked about the Strait of Hormuz, and he said this.
We don't need it. We have a lot of oil. We're the #1 producer anywhere in the world times 2.
So you see why I got kind of upset when he says, oh, the whole world kind of sees this through rosier glasses. Bro, the whole world is suffering more than us. Like, bro, if we're dealing with $5 here, these guys are dealing with like $7 on the regular. So, yeah, they're not looking at this any better than we are. Actually, they're looking at it much worse, and they're not really feeling the United States right now. Oh, they never were, but they really ain't feeling us now. And trust me, they're looking at this war like it's our fault, like we're being embarrassed on the world stage. They're seeing it worse than people in America are seeing it. So please, bro, Like, what type of delusional stuff are you trying to tell the people? What radio stations are you listening to? Because you can listen to world news and they'll tell you right now that they're all pissed off at us. Why? Because they're going through a freaking energy crisis, and some of them are basically going through a fertilizer crisis as well. How are they going to see that through rose-colored glasses again? I'm really confused here. He kind of like blew me with that one, but it is what it is. Oh, and shout out to my man Noah Joyner. Appreciate the support, my man. He says, take Israel's nukes away. And you know what? I'm in full agreement with that, of course. Take it away, man. That's going to push us towards peace in the Middle East, believe it or not. Because it will.
And the headline that jumps out, multinational coalition seeks to secure Hormuz. What are they talking about? The U.S., Israel? No, it's France and the U.K. They're in there now. Add that.
Yo, shout out to my man Jay. He's like, Gaslight and Fox News sound like CNN with the Biden BS. Literally. No, literally. It's just like they're literally ignoring all reality to support this war. They know it's unpopular. They know it's driving up prices, but they're just going to reject all that and just try to tell us that, oh, he's just the smartest man to ever walk the earth. This is why we're in here. And, oh, you guys should be grateful for higher gas prices because Iran doesn't have a nuke. I mean, guess what? Iran didn't have a nuke while we were paying lower gas prices. So I'm sorry, but we're not feeling you on that. And they were never going towards a nuke. So it's like we're paying for what? Higher gas for no reason? None at all. None at all, guys. No, actually, I think it would be a good time to check on the oil futures right now, because I think we're still trading above 100. I think Brent crude is still over 100 for sure. Yep, still over 100.
To Saudi Arabia, UAE. I just wrote these down. These are all helping out the U.S. effort in the region. Qatar, Bahrain.
Still over 100. Let me go ahead and show y'all this real quick. Like I said, Brent crude. Over 105. That means, guess what? Gas prices ain't going anywhere. It's going to probably continuously go up. And WTI almost at 100, which is still pretty damn bad. So, yeah. Do you see why people have high criticism of this war? It's just the numbers, man. It's the numbers, a.k.a. the prices. Jesus Christ. But for some reason, MAGA don't want to address that. I'm un-American for bringing up the prices all of a sudden. But okay. Okay, guys, you can keep up with that logic as much as you want. All right, now let's get into this Netanyahu 60-minute interview. I wanted to play it, but, bro, that's like a 2-hour interview. I don't even got the key parts for it, but I know Megyn Kelly reacted or did a segment on it, so we're going to go ahead and check her out and see what she pulled out of it. Then, what was it? VTR, what's his name? Valhalla VTF. Then we're going to see what he did on it. Because, guys, if you play 60 minutes, boy, that is a copyright right there. Sometimes they'll let you get away with it, but on a 2-hour-long interview, I doubt it. All right, guys, let's get into it. Don't forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel.
The end does not seem to be imminent at all. So that made what the leader of America's partner in this war, he seems to think he's an equal partner. Not sure he's aware. He's got 10 million people in his country. We've got 330 million in ours. Our interests are a lot greater and frankly more important. Sorry, but they are. And we're running this thing. It's our military. It's our boots on the ground, not yours, that has been doing the lion's share of all this. So yeah, we're not equal partners. But in any event, Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, went on 60 Minutes last night. And this whole thing made that appearance all the more interesting. 60 aired a good chunk of correspondent Major Garrett's interview with the prime minister on TV last night. The segment was about 12 minutes, but CBS also released the full 70-minute sit-down online. That's not out of the goodness of their hearts. That's thanks to President Trump's lawsuit back in 2024 when he alleged 60 Minutes made misleading edits to a Kamala Harris interview in an effort to make her look good. And when we saw the outtakes, we found out that, of course, is absolutely true. And we saw the tease that they posted. Remember, they had posted different versions of the same answer. One was, she was asked a question. It was actually about, wasn't it about Netanyahu? And they posted one piece of the answer on one show and another piece of the answer on another show. And it became very clear to those of us out in the world that they'd been manipulating us, which they had been. So now 60 Minutes posts many of its full interviews with newsmakers, and they are sometimes quite illuminating. Like in March, when we showed you a misleading edit of Pete Hegseth's interview with Major Garrett when the show suggested that Secretary Hegseth was responding to a question about Israel dragging the U.S. into the war. And the extended interview showed the question didn't mention Israel at all. There's manipulation going on over at CBS, especially around the topic of Israel. I wonder why.
Facts.
Now, this time there was no smoking gun showing journalistic malpractice in last night's Netanyahu interview, but there
I blame Barry Weiss. I blame her.
Were some notable ways in which the edited piece differed from the actual full interview in substantive ways. The interview began with Bibi saying the war is not over. And here's an extended version that's slightly longer than what you might have seen if you watched 60 Minutes last night.
Uranium that has to be taken out of Iran. And here's the thing, if we can't do that by diplomatic means, we're going to have to put boots on the ground for that. I mean, F it, we're going to have to actually cause complete regime change before we can even take out their nuclear material. I mean, bro, you just said that Donald Trump was willing to go inside of Iran. Like, we don't even know that. Actually, we're hoping that he's not willing to do that because it'd be a complete disaster.
Or anything with the
Oh, God.
I mean, okay. Our president doesn't seem to have the appetite for this. They're reporting today, over the weekend, they reported in The Atlantic, he's bored. He's bored with this war. That's the second report using that exact term that we've seen about the president. He's really not that into it anymore. But you can see this guy feels differently. He's not going to talk about timing. Lots of important missions yet to be done in Iran. And here's his answer on the infamous meeting inside the White House Situation Room from February, which the New York Times first broke the news of, where he reportedly persuaded President Trump to start this war. Again, this clip we're going to show you here is a bit longer than what aired in the 60 Minutes broadcast last night.
New York Times on April 7th reported the following about a fateful meeting, February 11th, in the White House.
Say that. We both understood that we have little time to act because otherwise they'd get nuclear weapons. We both understood that we have little time to act because otherwise they'll bury underground their...
You know what I asked? All right, what proof do you have that they had nuclear weapons? And don't tell me, oh, they yelled death to America. What do you think that means? I'll tell you that. It doesn't mean, oh, we're building a nuclear weapon. So what proof do you have that they're building nuclear weapons? Because all 18 departments of our intelligence agency gave an intelligence assessment saying that they wasn't going towards a nuke. So please show us what you got differently and I'll shut the fuck up. But until then, you're just trying to push us into a war.
Ballistic missile capabilities. But while we said that part of the action would be the removal of the leadership and other measures, there was uncertainty. And we said it, all of this, is uncertain. If you ever, engage in military...
in the confines of that conversation, you noted the uncertainty.
Not only did I note it, we both agreed, that there was both uncertainty and risk involved.
Okay. Got it. Now he wants to underscore that he was really clear with President Trump on the risk and uncertainty around his plan. His assurances that we could take out the Ayatollah and effect regime change. Easy. 3-4 days. Tops. Now he wants you all to know he was really clear on the risk and uncertainty that he advised the president of. Okay. So it's Trump's fault. That's really what he's saying. He advised of the risk and Trump overruled him. Is that true? Or is he possibly overstating the amount of caution that he laced his remarks in? And here's an important answer here. Netanyahu on why America and Israel did not anticipate Iran doing the one thing that has changed this entire conflict and indeed has changed Iran's standing in the war, in the world. Iran, it's now calling itself a global superpower, and it's not the only one. I've seen very smart military analysts say, unfortunately.
Yeah, low key. People are all military analysts are saying that Iran could emerge a fourth superpower out of this conflict because of their control over the strait. Like, I was like, son of a bitch. And bro, yeah, I mean, the way to become a superpower is having military might and having economic leverage. I mean, the petrodollar is one of the reasons why we're considered a superpower. Now, if Iran has control over the Strait of Hormuz that can damage the petrodollar, well, guess what that makes them now? Yep, a superpower. Uh-oh.
Fortunately, that's become true, and that's the Strait of Hormuz. Why didn't we anticipate? Israel didn't anticipate it, and the United States apparently didn't take it seriously. The reports are that Trump didn't believe they could do it, and that Netanyahu had told him it wasn't realistic. But they've done it. They've done it. And it's the thing that is holding everything up. It's holding up the closure of this war, the progress of talks around this war. We've given them a new tool, even more powerful than a nuke. That's what this war has done to Iran. And if you don't think that's empowering, you haven't been paying attention. And unfortunately, it's incredibly empowering for Iran. Right now, they hold a lot of cards, and they're going to hold them forever unless we have a permanent military presence in the Strait of Hormuz, which we police from now to the end of time. I don't think we're prepared to do that. You know how much money that's going to be?
Yeah.
When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1970.
Now, that is going to be a crazy amount of money. Like, it is a completely asinine to think about. It's like, bro, we're already spending $2 billion a day. Now you want us to spend what, $1 billion or maybe $800 million a day just monitoring the Strait of Hormuz? Like, who's doing that? Who wants to do that? And that's not really helping anybody, because then we're still going to be a conflict with Iran. So honestly, it's just going to be closed unless we can militarily push Iran out of the strait. And let's be real, we're not willing to dedicate. We're not actually trying to dedicate ourselves to that. So I'm be real with you. If the whole idea was to control the strait, we'd have been did it by now. Or if we could, we would.
989898 today. Okay, so why? Why didn't we or they apparently anticipate that they could and would take control of the strait? Here's the answer. Most of this, again, did not air on TV. Watch.
No, I don't claim perfect foresight, and nobody had perfect foresight. Neither did the Iranians. They should have figured out that that's what's coming.
Did you say that most of these risks would be minimal?
I don't remember using that language, and I don't.
Would that be a fair interpretation?
No, I would say that the overall conception was that this would elicit a problem, a response that they probably would not shoulder, but they did shoulder, and now they're attacking. They're being attacked accordingly.
Yeah, yes, it's a problem. Yeah, we're aware. So they're at least some telegraph of the truth. They didn't anticipate it. They didn't think that they could shoulder it. Well, they could. And honestly, did he really not know? Did Netanyahu and Israel not anticipate that? I have a very hard time believing that. I mean,
actually, the crazy thing is, Iran telegraphed it. They literally said, "Yo, we're gonna strike your allies in the region, your bases in the region, and we're gonna close the strait." They told us they were gonna do that, and Bibi and Trump said, "Nah, they can't do it." And then when they do it, basically first day of the freaking war, now everybody's sitting around here surprised, going like, "What do we do? What do we do?"
Their intelligence is second to none. They knew the Ayatollah was going to be above ground on a certain day with his top emissaries. Their intelligence was really good on the Ayatollah's whereabouts and his plans, and was spot on. But they didn't anticipate that they could effectively take control of the Strait of Hormuz? Or did they just not care? Because their goal is chaos in the Middle East, which benefits them. And our goal is very, very different. Our goal is not chaos in the Middle East. We have a lot of friends and partners and allies there with whom we do great business and whose relations with us have only been getting stronger. And that's a good thing for the United States. Is it really great for us to have chaos in the Middle East? Is it great for us to have, by the way, Iran bombing our allies over there, which is what they've been doing? That's another thing that was just very, very interesting piece in The Atlantic by a big-time neocon hawk, a guy who was behind the Iraq war, the surge in Iraq, and push for, all sorts of conflicts, writing some tough talk about how the war in Iran is going, saying, basically, we've lost. And it's worse than our loss in Vietnam. It's worse than anything, than Afghanistan. It's worse than Iraq. It's very, very bad because we've empowered Iran in a way that we didn't anticipate. And Robert Kagan is the name of the guy. And talking about how Iran has now become empowered as a result of its control of the Strait of Hormuz. And one of the ways in which we've been compromised is in fighting back. Not only did it take the strait, it started bombing all of its allies in the neighborhood, our allies in the neighborhood. And that the reason Trump entered into a ceasefire was not a desire for a ceasefire so much as it was the fact that Iran had bombed the energy infrastructure in Qatar.
Yeah.
And that if anything like that continued, we were going to be setting the energy markets back by years, decades, and it needed to stop ASAP.
Yeah, like what Iran did was it exposed the fragileness of our energy infrastructure, like, or really this global economy. It just exposed the fragileness of it. And why? Because one, the Strait got closed, and that just started skyrocketing prices. Who'd have knew just a simple close down the Strait would cause such disturbance in the global market? Oh, everybody except for the Trump administration, sadly. And then, of course, you got the whole, well, let's be real, they're holding these Gulf countries hostage. They can just start bombing energy infrastructures and set us back years. Like, bro, we won't be getting no type of real energy out of that strait for years because of the repairs they'd have to do. And all of that investment that these Gulf countries put into America is going to be retracted because they're going to need to rebuild their main moneymaker, which is their energy infrastructure.
Actually pulled another trick out of their hat that materially changed the course of the war. It wasn't just we're going to be nice. All right, so there's been a lot happening. This has been a very savvy, tough effort that we're fighting over there. It's not a compliment. It's just a reality, and something the skeptics about the war had advised President Trump about. Okay, so now here's Netanyahu claiming he was one of them. Okay, sure you were, sure. And here's another thing that did not air at all on last night's broadcast, and that's Netanyahu discussing how long this war might last.
We had our brave pilots and your brave pilots over the skies of Tehran, over the skies of Iran. That changed. That broke that mask of invincibility. And once that happens, that regime, I think their days are numbered. But it could take a lot of days, I grant you that. And if you say, how long would it take, this war? I think a lot has been accomplished in a very short time. It's not going to take years.
What's been accomplished? Like main goals, because like no main goals has been accomplished. Control the Strait. I mean, IRGC still in power, or so yeah, basically the regime's still in power. Still got thousands of missiles and drones. We have no way to protect our allies in the region. They're kind of at Iran's mercy. So what did we achieve? Because I'm a bit confused here. Because I know we didn't achieve a damn thing.
It take months.
It better not take months.
It may not take months. Okay. It depends. It depends a lot. I don't want to put a schedule on it. I think there's a mission schedule. There are goals to be achieved. But so far, I think an enormous amount has been done in a very short time.
So are we going to be perpetually months away from ending the war? Remember, President Trump said it was going to be 4 weeks. Now we get from Netanyahu months, and won't get more specific. Are we going to be perpetually months away from ending this thing, just like Iran was perpetually weeks away from obtaining a nuclear weapon in the years before Operation Epic Fury? That's what we've dubbed this war. I mean, truly, Netanyahu's been saying that they're weeks away for years now, weeks and months at most.
Oh, man.
Guys,
make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen or smashing the like button, depending on how you're watching it, especially watching the horizontal stream. Oh, you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements? Feel free to send in the super chat, $2 and up, or you can send a Venmo. All right, guys, let's keep it going.
Sounding like the Iraq war clips that we brought to you when this war began in March. Dick Cheney, Don Rumsfeld, saying it was just going to be weeks or months at the outset. 8 years later, that war finally ended. Not to mention ground troops, more ground troops, the surge. That was Iraq. Thanks for watching this clip. If you're new.
But all right, now let's get into our guy, Valhalla.
Because we're beyond the 60. Although I'm not really sure how the military campaign resumes because we're beyond the 60-day deadline that he has to get congressional approval. Other than what they're saying here, it looks like what they're going to do, guys, is they're going to call an end to Operation Epic Fury, and they're going to start a new operation, rename it something else, and that technically starts a new special military operation. So he'll have another 60 days. What a way to bypass things, huh? You just rename the conflict every 60 days. Smart one.
What Hegseth was try to do over there, and when he was testifying in front of Congress, was hilarious. He's like, "Well, we still got like 2 more weeks because we paused. Yeah, we're at a ceasefire. That's a pause." I'm like, yeah, but you put up a naval blockade, which is a military action. So I don't know about that. I don't know if you have a really good argument there.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody, and we're kicking off the week in a pretty wild way in the global foreign conflict area. If you haven't seen some of these, we've got Putin of Russia coming out talking about how the war with Ukraine is essentially over. We'll see how that one actually pans out. And then you've got old Uncle Bibi going on to 60 Minutes, letting everyone know that he will be the one who decides when this conflict with Iran ends, and is now calling officially for the United States to put boots on the ground. So that should be great. That's definitely going to de-escalate this conflict. So yeah, we're going to take a look at that today, see what's actually going on. And yeah, it's not looking great. Shocker. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some America First, America Only merch. Let's jump into it. First thing we're going to do is watch this. I am almost in shock at this 60-minute interview of the actual audacity of Bibi to say some of the things that he's saying. But again, none of it's really shocking. So let's kick it off and take a look at this interview first, and we'll talk about it. Now, before we start, I got to tell you guys, he is not looking physically great in this interview. And I know he's been dealing with some health issues, but yeah, he's looking almost as bad as Trump. All right, let us know what's going on, because we all know who's really in charge.
Is the war with Iran over? And if it isn't, who will decide when it is?
I think it accomplished a great deal, but it's not over because there's still nuclear material, enriched uranium that has to be taken out of Iran. There's still enrichment sites that have to be dismantled. There's still proxies that Iran supports. There are ballistic missiles that they still want to produce. Now, we've degraded a lot of it, but all of that is still there, and there's work to be done.
All right, there's more to this. It gets even worse than that. But let's just talk about what he's saying there. Of course, he says right out the gate that, no, this conflict is absolutely not over. And we all know he's the one that...
yeah, of course the conflict's not over in his eyes, because remember, bro, it's Bibi who really wants their missiles to be degraded. It's Bibi who really wants them to stop funding the proxies. It's Bibi, because the missiles, not an imminent threat to us. Those proxies, not an imminent threat to us. And not even their nuclear arsenal, when they have no nuclear arsenal, but not even their nuclear enrichment is any threat to us. Shoot, it's not even really a threat to Israel, but they fearmonger on it. But the main thing is that, Israel wants to have a regime change. They want to destabilize Iran. And if they can do that, then they have dominance over the Middle East. So trust me, they're not going to call it quits until they get everything they want, or until they just get this, or they just start, losing a little bit too much, or if the war just becomes too expensive, or there's just too much damage going on in Israel, they may concede, or they may just use a nuke. You never know.
Apparently pulls the strings and holds the cards on this, because every time we try to come to a peace negotiation, we go ahead and break that ceasefire. But what he says there, it's not over because, well, there's still uranium, there's still enriched uranium, there's still uranium enrichment, there's still enrichment sites, there's still proxies, there's still ballistic missile capabilities. So is that what the strategic intent here is for America? Because I thought for us, well, actually, I don't know what it is for us, because we've never been told, but maybe this is it. I didn't realize this was a complete dismantling of Iran that had to happen before this conflict was over. So this is very, very enlightening for the American people.
I know, right? So I've been told everybody that, bro, our goals and Israel goals are two completely separate goals. It's like we just want to take care of their nuclear enrichment. These guys want their nuclear enrichment, bro. They want their missiles gone. They want their proxies defunded. And we're just sitting there just looking at them like, bro.
That shit is hard. Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Like, bro, you really think we're going to get that out of them? Like, all of that? Like, all right, we can get the enriched uranium for sure, but the missiles, come on now. You're basically saying these guys can't defend themselves. And their proxies, well, I mean, they kind of truly believe in their cause. It's not like they're just doing it for the fun of it, but it is what it is.
Find out, because if that's the case, we have a long long, like 20 years way to go to accomplish all that. All right, so great to find out that, again, this conflict is not over and is not about to be over. Thanks for informing the American people on this one, Mr. Beebe. Let's see what else you got.
How do you envision the highly enriched uranium will be removed from Iran?
You go in and you take it out.
With what? Special forces from Israel, special forces from the United States?
Weak. Easier said than done. You just go in there and you take it out. Oh, man, bro. If it was that easy, man, we wouldn't even be talking about it, bro. That was funny.
Talk about military means, but what President Trump has said to me, I want to go in there. And I think it can be done physically. That's not the problem. If you have an agreement and you go in and you take it out, why not? That's the best way.
What if there isn't an agreement? Can it be taken out by force?
Well, you're going to ask me these questions. I'm going to dodge them because I'm not going to talk about our military possibilities.
Yes, all the things you want to hear about a conflict that we're trying to de-escalate. You love to hear that Beebe said himself there. Trump told me he wants to go in and take it. Now, I can tell you guys this, actually going in and raiding an underground bunker facility in a hostile country that has the ability to drone strike you and drop ballistic missiles on you is not realistic. The time it takes to complete a mission like that, all the heavy equipment you have to bring in, you're pulling out massively radioactive material, all of the hazmat gear you have to have. Then you just fly in there and just go about your business and Iran's not going to do anything about it? So the idea is silly to begin with. But again, the fact that Beebe is letting us know that we need to put boots on the ground. And I love how he dodges the question when specifically asked, would it be American Special Forces boots or Israel Special Forces boots?
But all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and move on from this topic right here. I believe we covered it long enough. And guys, make sure you double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and subscribe to the channel while you're at it by hitting that icon above and turn that bell on as well. Now we're going to get into Robert Papes and PBD's sit down. Excuse me. It was an interesting sit down. I think I'll go ahead and start from the first video from last night, and then we'll go ahead and work our way through the four that I got pulled up. Well, yeah, four that I got pulled up. So let's go and start on this one. And let's see here. Iran's not going to cave. War expert reveals why Iran's regime will never cave. Let's get into it.
There's two things we experienced the last 4 years. You know, Russia's going to attack Ukraine. Okay.
Oh, damn. Excuse me, guys. We're like 45 away from the goal. So if we can go ahead and hit that goal, guys, we can go ahead and open up the call-in line or the StreamYard link, and we can get some of you guys up here.
Russia's going to destroy Ukraine. It didn't happen, right? U.S., you know, and Israel, they're going to attack Iran. Boom, it's going to be done because Venezuela, quick, we got Maduro, we're out. Oh, boom. You know, we everything was so quick. Iran maybe going to be 2 to 4 weeks. Yeah, it's not 2 to 4 weeks. So what is the app? Because you advised Ron Paul, you advised Obama, I think, in the 2008
And I just went to Ron Paul's just this weekend. I was at Ron Paul's conference down in off about an hour outside of Houston, just literally 5 days ago. I had dinner at his house on Friday night.
Phenomenal.
He's 90 years old. He is firing the white heat. He stood up for 25 minutes on Friday night and gave a spectacular, no notes whatsoever. I mean, unbelievable, getting rounds of applause on Friday night. And then he did it again on Saturday at noon. I'm just telling you, you've been in the public eye. You stand up and give those speeches. I mean,
All right, hold on now. Enough of the glaze. Let's get into it.
Carved up into different parts or different issues in the world. And I knew Sean for a long time, for decades. And so I called up Sean one night and I said, Sean, you know, the number one problem that Obama's going to face when he's elected is Iran getting a nuclear weapon. Now, this is 2008, February 2008. Most people are not, they're focusing on beating Hillary Clinton, okay? This is, I'm just saying. And Sean and I agreed on that. And I said, Sean, I got an idea. If you're really going to get real pressure on Iran, we need Russia. We need Russia. And I'm glad to...
I mean, to have one of their top buyers in our back pocket who can really pull some leverage on Iran, yeah, that'd be great. But, well, we're on Russia's bad side. And we're on China's bad side as well. So two of the people that would be like pretty essential to have in our pocket or to have on our side during this war, we don't have. And those are Iran's two biggest buyers, two biggest helpers. They're the ones feeding them satellite imagery.
Explain
Of our
why
bases.
I said that. Yeah. But we need Russia. And Sean said, well, Bob, I'm on the NATO team. You know, Russia hates our guts. How are we going to do that? And I said, I got an idea. We trade away national missile defense in Eastern Europe, which is basically a not very good system. And I think this would actually move Putin. And Sean said, I'll write the memo. He wrote the memo up the chain. That's what Obama did, 2010. So how did you get the JCPOA in 2015? This is not starting in the story of 2015. Now, it starts in 2008 and it starts in 2010. Wow. You need Russia, and not just Russia saying, well, I won't get involved. You need Russia to be part of the public coalition. Once you bring in the target's military allies, Patrick, now you got leverage and pressure. Right now, we're totally not doing that. Yep. Okay, and well, now they're eating our lunch. But I'm just telling you that you're talking to somebody who has been thinking about these problems for decades, and who has said that, and I've said this even in print in 2008 in the Weekly Standard, the number one problem that Obama's foreign policy is going to face is Iran getting a nuclear weapon, and everything needs to be organized around that. And he did. And he did.
Would you consider JCPOA a success?
Oh, yes, but it's a success because Russia and China were part.
And here's the thing, though. In terms of keeping a watchful eye over Iran's nuclear capabilities, yes, it was a success. Keeping Iran away from a nuke, yes, it was a success. I mean, I guess the only part which you wouldn't call a success is what? I mean, what all of MAGA complains about, sanction relief. And here's the thing, y'all don't even got the sanction relief right. Y'all don't even know that it was sanction relief. A lot of y'all just think that Obama just gave taxpayer dollars to Iran when no, he just gave them their own frozen assets, well, unfrozen assets now. That now they're trying to get back because remember, this is what they pretty much want is sanction relief to pretty much give up their enriched uranium now. So what they want is the Obama deal back again, but Lord knows Trump doesn't want to give it to them.
Of it, not because we had some brilliant diplomats and oh yes, our diplomats are just so much better than all the other diplomats. When you're in Washington, you want a job, you know how you get a job, you say you're the best diplomat, everybody else is not. Okay, I'm not looking for that job. Okay, I'm looking to what would you actually
Golf, that's a really good point. I mean, look, Russia is getting their get back right now for what we were doing with them in Ukraine. We drug out Ukraine for them, so it kind of makes sense that Russia would do everything they can to drag out Iran for us. And Iran's a more formidable opponent than Ukraine. The sad reality, Ukraine only got like 27 to 30 million people. Iran got 93 million. Like, bro, it's not even like, come on now. It's not even really fair at a certain point. Like, they're literally helping a bigger threat.
Do to solve the problem. And I'm perfectly happy being a professor at the University of Chicago who sits around, thinks about these ideas, comes up with an idea, and then tries to persuade a White House that, this is a better way to go. And I'm not looking to become that person in Washington. And the reason is because most of the time they self-destruct and go up in flames and they end up having a disaster. So look at
who end up getting a job.
Oh my God. Yeah. Just look at over and over and over again.
Post-career, post-job.
Almost since the last time we had somebody successful in the West Wing was 1991.
Who's that?
Oh, Brent Scowcroft. Jim.
You know what? Speaking of Ukraine, since people are bringing up in the chat, Ukraine also proves that if you have a nuclear weapon, nobody F's with you. If Ukraine would have kept their nukes, nobody be effing with Ukraine right now. But since Ukraine don't have nukes, now they're at the mercy of the country that do. Or, well, the major superpower that does, in this case. I'm telling you, bro, North Korea has been vindicated. I swear to God, bro, this man Kim Jong-un and his ancestors are low-key dancing in their grave right now, going like, I knew we was right. We made the right choice. And they did, in speaking in their longevity, speaking in, doing what's best for their longevity.
Baker, as White House chief of staff, who just died. Colin Powell, when he was good. You put then Colin Powell back up as Secretary of State, it's a total disaster. Okay, his reputation goes like that.
Yeah, let's bring it to today. So you've been studying this for a while. Again, like your books, suicide bombing.
Yeah.
You said, analyzing 30 major air campaigns across World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Gulf War, and found that bombing civilian populations and economic infrastructure consistently fails to break an enemy's will.
Yeah, that's the
targeted
big thing.
population.
This is the big point. The public doesn't.
And thank you. A lot of people don't understand that, you bombing energy infrastructure and civilian infrastructure, you're not going to turn the people against the regime. You're going to turn the people against the people who's bombing them. I mean, it's kind of crazy how people can't understand that and over here deluding themselves, thinking that, well, if we just bomb Iran enough, they'll turn against their people. No, if we bomb Iran enough, they'll take guns from the IRGC to fight us. That's the reality.
Yeah.
And I'm just, bro, come on, bro. Let's just keep it real. Can you imagine another a government coming in pretty much trying to take out our government, bomb them recklessly while bombing our infrastructure, and they're telling us, oh man, you should love us because we're getting rid of the leader that you don't like? We would tell them to get the fuck out of our business, and how dare you? And then we would shoot them for it. So it's kind of crazy how we can't see that happening with the Iranian people when we know damn well we do it ourselves, regardless of how we feel about our government.
They turn.
Okay.
So what
the public thinks is, and President Trump probably thinks this, it's not unique, and it's not a stupid thing to think. It's a smart mistake. There are stupid mistakes where you make it because you're stupid, and then there's what I call smart people mistakes. So keep in mind, I'm educating people at the University of Chicago that have more than a triple-digit IQ. I'm educating not just people in the Air Force, but future 3- and 4-star generals in the Air Force. These are not dumb people. These are people who are at the top of their game. They're coming in. We're spending months really focusing on things. So I have a very good understanding of where people start out, what their initial thoughts are. And then I also spent a lot of time in the public. I just went to Ron Paul, spoke to 200 of his people, and then spent all day there. Did not do with a parachute in, parachute out, because I want to soak it up. I want to see, this is me getting face to face. I want to know where they're coming from so I can better understand. And I'm telling you, you asked me, what is the number one misconception or mistake? First thing to say is it's not a dumb person's mistake. It's a smart person's mistake. And it's that this punishment is actually going to work. And because once you believe that, then it's just a matter of, well, what are the tools of the punishment? And do we have some smarter ways to do it? And so forth. But once you believe that it's punishment who's going to get states to give up these mass, topple governments, give up their weapons of mass destruction. Once you believe it's that, you're going down all the wrong roads. And that's what all this work really has shown. And that's why, if you want to win, when we stopped the Bosnian Civil War, we didn't do it through punishment. We did it through hammer and anvil. Basically, bombing to win lays out the strategy for this. So we won. We stopped the Bosnian Civil War.
What did the administration not know about Iran pre-going in?
The punishment was going to fail.
That punishment was going to fail.
Yeah. It's either punishment of the regime. So again, there's a couple different detailed ways or specific strategies. But if I'm talking to President Trump,
I mean, and here's the sad reality. It is hard to punish the regime without it punishing the people as well. Like I said, when Trump's saying that we're going to take out power plants and bridges, the reason why those could be seen as war crimes, because it would mostly affect the citizens instead of the military force, which would be the IRGC, aka there'd be millions of citizens going without power while the IRGC and the elites of Iran have their power and backup generators, and they're all good. So you're really hurting the people, even like with sanctions. You think sanctions actually hurt the upper brass of their government? No, they're good. It's the people that you're hurting. So it does go to say that, yeah, the more pain we cause on them, the more they turn against us, the more they see us as the enemy. This is why you got these people yelling death to America every single day.
Here, I'm going above the details because he wants face to face, like I'm talking to you. I'm telling President Trump, the big issue here, and you yourself have said you don't understand why, is that punishment is not working. You try to punish the regime, it's not working. It's making them harder. You now have the blockade, and you're trying to punish the economy, the society. It's not working. You threaten all 92 million with punishment. It's not working. The fundamental problem here is you think.
And here's the wildest part too, though. We got like Scott Besson going out there on X talking about how he's destroying the Iranian currency. And I'm just like, bro, You know, we were hiding behind the facade that it was their government's reckless spending and choices of their money that caused this inflation. You going out there telling the world, aka the Iranian people included, that, oh, it's us that are imposing these sanctions that is crippling your economy, is only turning them more against us, and is kind of, you know, taking away the blame from the government. So Scott Bessent, bro, shut up, bro. You've been doing such a good job. Just be quiet.
Punishment, if you punish them enough, they're going to cave. This is the fundamental misconception. They're not going to cave.
Is that they're not going to cave, that punishment doesn't work with anybody, or punishment
doesn't work with anybody?
With Iran?
No, doesn't work with anybody.
Tell me why.
The reason is because if I start to punish you, Patrick, and I want, say, for example, that microphone from you, and I'm going to threaten to really take that pen and stab it in your hand, and you say, okay, I'll give you the microphone. What am I going to do next? I want your computer, or I'm going to do it again. What do I want next? I want the shirt off your back, or I'm going to do it again. What am I going to do next? I want your bank account. What am I going to do next? I want your family. There's no end. Once you go down.
Yeah, basically what he's saying, once you give in to the bully, you become the bully's bitch. And nobody want to be America's bitch but the Gulf countries. I mean, okay, maybe that was a bit mean, but yeah, pretty much once you give in to the bully, we just escalate on what we want. The AKA Iran knows that, look, if we give up our nuclear enrichment, then, or no, if we give up our missiles, then we're going to have to give up our nuclear enrichment. Once we give up our nuclear enrichment and our missiles, we're going to have to give up our proxies. And once we give all that up, we're basically a defenseless country. Like, we're harmless, like Japan, but worse.
This road, okay, we need to just understand that, and this is true in a lot of other, you see this in The Godfather, you know, how does The Godfather become The Godfather in Godfather Part 2? He doesn't keep giving.
Man, guys, I just ruined my chances of ever going to Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Dubai with that joke. So make sure you double tap that screen and like the video.
Into the old guy. He literally kills him. Okay, that's denial. That's actually a denial strategy. And he becomes a godfather here, but it's not through punishment. He's not actually engaging in the punishment spirals. You see what I'm saying? And this is the problem. The reason is that these are, another way to put it is, once you see that I'm willing to hurt you this way, everything becomes about future pain. It's not just the current idea. Because why am I going to stop? And this is just true in general. So the punishment, now sometimes with the punishment, the other side just stays passive. So it doesn't always have the backlash, but often if they have an opportunity, like once I start to threaten you to take that and threaten to hurt put the pen in your hand, here, what you're going to start to think about is, well, wait a minute, they're going to bring me a cup of coffee. And while I'm looking down, that's when you're going to hit me. You see, because you're lashing back, because you're worried that once I drink that cup of coffee, I'm coming right back at you with more demands, more threats to hurt you bodily. This is just the way it is. So almost like on the playground, you start to give in to the bully, you're his or her forever. You see, you're not just, it's not a.
In this case, U.S. is the bully, and Iran is saying, I'm not going to give in to you because I know long-term you're going to get everything from
Oh, absolutely.
But if you think about
pretty much, yeah, America, we out here trying to make Iran our bitch, just like we did to the Gulf countries. And Iran's going like, bro, what do I look like? A Sunni monarch, bro? That shit ain't going to run over here this way. We just kind of sitting there a bit appalled, like, how dare you sit there and deny our imperialism? But yes, they are looking at us like, what the hell do we look like? Some Sunni monarchs? No, you're not just going to sit there and make us y'all bitch.
DNA and wiring of the people. You have three different types of people: fight, flight, freeze, right?
Yeah,
so we've heard that before. So, you know, some are fighters.
That's right.
Some flight, some freeze.
Yes, but within that distribution, it's a distribution that's common across all people. So within that 92 million, okay, let's just say it's a third, a third, a third. Well, that means you've got something like 25 to 30 million who are going to fight. Now,
and that's what guys like PBD and well, a lot of these war hawks don't understand is that Iran, bro. Maybe I need to show this again, because a lot of people do not understand the fact of Iran's election and why it's so concerning, you know, to why it's not a good idea to put boots on the ground, and how I know that, guys, if we try to just sell weapons into there, we might actually put it in the hands of the wrong people. And you guys got to understand how Iran's government work. So let's just go to the presidential election, right? So this is the guy that won, and thank God he won, because this is a reformist, and then there's a principalist. So the principalists are the guys that you don't like. They're interchangeably known as the Iranian conservatives, and formerly referred to as the right or right wing, and are one of the two main political camps in post-revolutionary Iran. The reformists are the other camp. All right. So these guys are the guys that's mainly down with the IRGC, down with Islamic law, want all women burqa'd up and all this good stuff. They've chilled out over the years, but these are the main guys that was pushing those wild ass laws. The reformists, where Iran is steadily going, where the youth is steadily going, thank God. Well, these are the guys that are pretty much like the liberals in Iran. They want change. They don't want these harsh ass Islamic laws. They want better relationships with the West. These are the guys that we kind of want on our side. But the problem is that we're not really sure if even these guys would fight with us. And there was 30.5 million people who participated in Iran's elections out of 61 million people who registered. All right. So these guys, the principalists, are the guys that I know for sure are going to fight, because they are basically all for the regime. I mean, guys, bro, their sign is the Islamic sign. Like, bro, look at what their sign is. Look at their logo. Who do you think they repping? Okay, then. So you got to understand that 13 million, we got 13 million people that I know most likely for a fact they're going to pick up a gun and fight us. And then there's 16 million people who also might pick up a gun and fight us. But out of that 16 million, there may be people who actually want to fight against the regime. Maybe. But what we do know for sure is that there's 13 million people that's willing to pick up a gun. How much do you have an exact number of how many people that are willing to fight off the regime? Because if you don't, then you're kind of screwing those people that you're going to give guns and send into the fire, really to the meat grinder. So let's just keep it real. You'll be sending those people into a meat grinder. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get back to our guy, Robert Pate.
Maybe you'll have 25 or 30 million who will freeze. Maybe you'll even have 25 or 30 million who will do flight. But once you have a third, or even 10 or 15%, as long as they have the guns, once you have that amount who will fight, you are in a different world of hurt, because that's what happens on the playground with the bully. So when I'm in fourth grade, Alvin was the bully. Okay. And he was a lot bigger, our relative difference. He was.
You're a big guy. I was telling you.
I was in fourth grade. Okay. He was in seventh grade.
Okay. That's a difference.
But in that age group, you also know that's a big difference. So Alvin was going around being the bully on the thing. And then he started to pick on me, and I just went right at him, got him down to the ground. Okay. Now, truth is, I went home and I had to tell my mom I hit a door. I did. Why did I get that? And I said I hit the door. Just the kids, because I didn't want to.
What does Alvin do today, by the way?
Oh, I don't. I don't know. That was a long time ago, so I don't know. I hope good. I hope good.
Alvin, if you're watching this, let us know what you're doing. We'd love to know what you're
Erie, Pennsylvania. St. Mary's was the elementary school. But but what happened is he left me alone. He left me alone. You see, because
you're part of the fight community.
Well,
that's not everybody.
No, that's what I'm trying to say.
When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort, function, and luxury.
Bro, you know how much these shoes cost, bro? These mugs are like $700, bro. This man done came out with his own designer. Yeah, shout out PBD. True businessman. Bro literally came out with designer shoes, designer t-shirts, bro. The shirt's so rare, they go for like $15,000 on eBay. Like, shout out PBD, man. The man basically got designer merch. I'm impressed. All right, guys, let's get into the next one. Re-radicalized most of Iran. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. All right, let's get into it.
Once you see countries are not one-on-ones, countries are distributions of people, then you can see, even if you have 25% or so who are the fighters, That's plenty, because they're often then the folks who are going to be the ones rising up as the leaders, because they will have fought at other different
I don't even think
levels.
you need 20. I think you need 1% of extremists. That's all you need. And 1%
Well, it
of
depends on if
extremists
they have the guns. It really is a matter. That's again, once you get into
Bro, hold on, go back. What was that dumbass thing he just said? Hold on, PBD.
fought at other different
I don't even
levels.
think you need 20. I think you need 1% of extremists. That's all you need. And 1%
Well, it
of
depends on
extremists
if they
is-
have the guns. It really
1% of extremists to what? Control people? And I'm be real with you. If he's talking about control people, no, you need a lot more than just 1% to control people. I mean, let's be real, guys. Like, what control us is more than just 1% of the population. Now, economic wise, okay, sure. Economic wise, sure, but lawfully, it's going to take a lot more than just 1% to maintain American order. And be honest with you, lawfully. Like, and what I mean is that the fact that we got police, federal agents want to uphold this law, yeah, it's more than just 1% of the nation that holds together our law. AKA, it's just gonna be the same thing in Iran. It's not gonna just be 1% of 93 million people controlling all these Iranians. No, it's gonna be something like maybe 30, 40%. And I mean, at lowest, it could be 20, because that's still a lot of people out of 93 million. I mean, let's be real. All they got to do is get everybody who votes who votes conservative in Iran, and that's already 3 million people right there. My man, not 3 million, 13 million people.
is a matter. That's again, once you get into the difference, and this is what I do. Once you get in the difference between, okay, so now let's say it's not 25%. Now you're talking about what you call extremists or terrorists. Well, then it's a question here of do they have the guns, and do they have enough acquiescence by the rest of the population? That's the big issue. So that's what happens when you have extremists. So you can always find some 1%ers, if you would, of extremists, but they need a minimum 10%, probably 20% of others to at least go along and often support, because they get killed. They get killed.
Of the 1 million military or of the 92 million?
No, it's more of what I would say in the case of.
Because, yeah, like I said, and I just showed you guys the numbers right here. Guys, 13 million, guys. Though that's the number of people that voted for pretty much a hardcore conservative IRGC guy. All right, guys, that's 13 million people that we know for sure that voted for, no, we don't want relations with the West. No, we want to have this strict version of Islam. We want our Sharia law, which, I mean, hey, man, teach their own. But these are the people right here that are truly going to fight for Iran. They're the problem. There's 13 million people. And since 16 million is a problem as well. But I mean, let's be real here. Like, these guys are reformists, and there might be a good amount of people in their group that we can possibly turn to our side. Doesn't mean they'll go be out there shooting in the streets, but these 13 million, they're most likely going to shoot in the streets because they're supporting one of the most extremist regimes in history, according to our government. So come on now, what makes you think that these 13 million people don't got at least 3 million people that's willing to go out there and start shooting at U.S. soldiers? I really think about it here. And this is what PBD fails to understand, because he'll sit there and show you polls that, I mean, once you add all the participants up, you get to like, what, 500,000. But if I could show you 13 million people that voted for probably the most extreme party in Iran, what does that tell you? That you probably shouldn't be listening to what PBD says on that matter. Because if we listen to him and you go in there on that information, we're going to get slaughtered. We're going to get cooked. And Lord knows we don't want that, right? Right.
Iran is what we've done is we've radicalized quite a bit of the 92 million at this point. So this is not a case where Iran is just 1%. But what I would say is that let's start with the 25% who are fighters. Once you start to get into this, then you will have with the leadership, you're going to have thousands of extremists who are part of the regime, the revolutionary regime. And that's because the Guardian Council over decades has promoted those kinds of people here for political office. That's because the Revolutionary Guard fought in the Iran-Iraq War, where in order to survive in that bloody war, which I know you lived through part of. Where did you live in Tehran?
Tehran, and my grandparents were from Bandar Pahlavi, which is north, right by Caspian Sea.
Oh, I see. So Pahlavi. Okay, very good. But you then
Bandar means port. So think Port Pahlavi is where my grandparents. We lived in Tehran 10, 11 years.
And then you were, I think I heard, born in 74, if I remember right.
78.
78. So you're just about coming of age, where you would have been paying attention
I remember the war with Saddam Hussein.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't remember the revolution, because the revolution happened 79. So I was an.
I'm agree with you. That war with Saddam Hussein definitely sown hatred for America. Because, like I said, these guys are fighting a bloody war that they know we're supporting Saddam on. Actually, we encouraged Saddam to invade Iran. Because, hey, maybe we can get this guy to do it for us, so we don't got to do it ourselves. So we encouraged Saddam to invade Iran, and this kind of led to why Iran don't really like us. Well, today, and I'll be real with you, trust me, it goes back further than the Iran-Iraq War as well, and our support for Saddam. It goes back further than that. But it's also one of the many reasons why they don't like us. Being involved in their government, being involved in wars and other proxies that go against them. It's a tit for tat type of thing. We go against them, they go against us. It's a back and forth thing. I know some people like to paint it as if we've just been a victim for 47 years, but no, we've been the aggressor for probably 57 years.
Infant. I was born 3 months after the Shah went into exile.
Yeah. So the kind of fervor, once you're in a war of attrition like that, the kind of fervor, the emotions here, and they're going in different directions. I'm not saying it all points in one direction, but my God, these are emotional situations here. Well, this is infecting more than just like 5 leaders at the top, or even a few thousand at the top. It's seeping into large parts of society. Now, maybe it's not seeping into 100%. Again, you can also look at it as the fight or flight, but you are moving from that 1% of extremists, and you're deepening that pretty far down. How far down, it's a little hard to say, but it's probably closer to 10, 15%. And once and they have the guns, this is where you're not getting. If Iran was going to be knocked off relatively quickly here, actually the time that would have been most likely would have been when Saddam Hussein attacked right about a year after the revolution, because the revolution wasn't really fully consolidated yet. As you know, there was a liberal part of the revolution that happened before the religious part of the revolution. So there's all kinds of factions going on in the country at the time. Foucault, I don't know if you know that name. He's a famous.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about that revolution, there was multiple parties, and they had, trust me, they did not have aligning views. But the one thing that they did align on is that we can no longer have the Shah ruling. And that's what's so crazy about some of these guys wanting to bring the Shah back. I'm like, guys, it was unilaterally decided that this guy was not good at ruling Iran. From the communists, liberals, conservatives, to the heavily religious guys, all of them are different groups that have different ideas of how they want things ran. But all of them came to the conclusion that, this guy needs to get the F up out of here. So it's kind of crazy how we sit there, we try to bring in a Shah that multiple people of different thinking in Iran said that guy needs to go.
Philosopher, liberal. He wrote articles for newspapers. He was at Berkeley, and he was a big believer in getting rid of American imperialism. So he actually went to Tehran in the early part of the revolution, and he wrote articles for newspapers. This is before we had Substacks. And he was a big believer. And then he literally watched as the revolution he thought was so good, so well-intended, transformed into the worst, awful religious dictatorship, essentially, that he could possibly imagine. And he continued to write those articles until it got too dangerous. And then
when Ayatollah Khomeini came in, I'm sorry, bro, but it was over. Women are back in burqas. We're going back to extreme Sharia law. And only till we got down to Ali Khomeini is where they kind of started lightening up a bit on this Islamic law. Like women are actually now allowed to go to school. I mean, they're very big in engineering and nursing in Iran. I mean, Iran has some of the most educated women in the world. And they're able to walk out unveiled in in highly populated cities. In the more liberal cities, they're able to walk around unveiled. They take that shit outside of it, they risk their life, admittedly. So you gotta understand, like, Iran is a little bit more complex than y'all make it out to be. Did I miss a point here?
Full religious dictatorship, essentially, that he could possibly imagine. And he continued.
But yeah, I mean, it started off on extreme religious law, and now it kind of watered down a bit. Like, I'm telling you this right now, like Ruhollah Khomeini compared to Ali Khamenei, I'm sorry, but two different extremes. Like, the first Ayatollah was way more vicious, way more savage than the one we just blew up.
To write those articles until it got too dangerous, and then he published it as a book. So if anybody wants to relive that period from a liberal's perspective, you can read Foucault's book on this. It's the famous Foucault who wrote Discipline and Punish that many folks will have read. And you can really get a different window into this from somebody who starts out all good intentions, everything looks optimistic. This thing goes completely belly up. And I think what you're seeing here, Patrick, is the conservative flip side of that right now. People had good intentions. They wanted X, Y, or Z to happen. They're coming at it not from the liberal side of the house, from the conservative side of the house. And what they are seeing is the same problems Foucault saw. And it's not because it's a particularly liberal bias or conservative bias. People don't understand that punishment is not a very good strategy.
So let me ask you
for our country.
When we set out to create a shoe that blends
Then this is, I don't know why every time I see this is so funny, because I literally just can't believe this man literally came out with his own shoes. High quality at least, but literally, bro, what did he call the FLBs, the Future Look Brights? I mean, all right. I mean, I ain't hating. I respect it. Guys. What can I say? All right, here. Now let's get into the next video. Producing more terrorism. More experts reveals the fatal flaw in Trump's Iran strategy.
Some people would say the following. Some people would say, Brian, when it comes down to the blockade, right?
Yeah.
You know, I'm watching Trump the last couple weeks. He's like, well, with the ceasefire indefinitely is done. Or 2 weeks you have time. And then all of a sudden, they better do a deal. It's not a good idea. They better do a deal. And you're almost wondering now, he's not in a hurry. So either he's not in a hurry because they have no other plans, or he's not in a hurry because he feels the shutting down of the strait, what they've done, the blockade is destroying Iran's economy. 1 million people don't have a job. Another 1 million people are indirectly impacted by it. Prices are up 67%. So people may turn against the regime and say, we're sick and tired of this. We don't have the internet, so we don't know if it's happening or not. But some people may say, the way he's moving, he had King Charles, he seems relaxed, telling jokes, White House correspondence, everybody gets up and runs out. He's still sitting there. He seems so calm, as if they have everything under control. What do you say to those people?
Well, a couple things. So first of all, President Trump is in some ways, the greatest politician we've had as president in my lifetime. Now, often people will say Ronald Reagan, others will say Bill Clinton, others will say Barack Obama. And I realize people want their favorites here. It's like fan favorites. They want that.
I think Bill was amazing.
But what's really important to understand is that President Trump is, if you saw what his demeanor was when he was just had a third assassination attempt, I think this is an even a better example of what I'm about to describe here, is that he has been under personal pressure more than any of those other presidents. So it's true. Ronald Reagan did have Hinckley. So he was, and he, by the way, similar to President Trump, told jokes with the doctors as they were trying to save his life. So just to be clear, so I don't mean to say that there's nobody who had anything like, but President Trump's had that 3 times. And in all 3 of those times, it's really quite stunning. His balance, his poise, his ability to look beyond the moment to what the moment would mean for the future, just unbelievable, unparalleled. Now, others maybe haven't been as tested as much, but he's done this under fire 3 times. And what he did on Saturday night was really quite remarkable in the following way. It wasn't just poise under fire. What he said, which was extremely important, and I'm sorry to say the Democrats did not follow up on this as much, is basically he gave a unity speech. If you go back and listen to when he came to the podium, after this, he said there was literally love in that room. Just remember that phrase. And what was in that room? The people in that room were not MAGA. This was not, I mean, of course, his cabinet was there. So
90% is not MAGA. 80%
So just imagine, this is a man whose wife could have been killed. So it's him. He could have been killed. If that shooter had just gotten another, say, 20 or 30 feet into that room, they were so packed like sardines in that room. If he had gotten off 5 or 6 shots, you probably every single one of those bullets would probably hit a person, maybe multiple, depending on how this could have worked. So this was a true near miss experience here, and you can see how panicked the media was, because they're so if you compare their poise to President Trump. So in this particular case, we need to understand that he really is the most poised individual that we have seen, but not just a matter of poise. He was thinking about the future, and he offered an olive branch in this case. And I have said this publicly on MSNBC, on MS Now, not just I go on Newsmax, I go on MS Now.
Oh God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and make sure to subscribe to the channel as well, especially if you've been here for a while. Go ahead and hit that icon above and subscribe, and come right on back.
Oh, I mean, it's really quite an honor here, Patrick, to be involved in these, and it's because I'm coming at it from what you're seeing here, and the fact is that this would have been a great opportunity for Hakeem Jeffries to have reached out. Now, I don't mean to make concessions. So this is what people are saying. Well, should they make the concession with DHS? We need to get above this a little bit. And that's where President Trump was going. He wasn't on that night. He was, and on the 60 Minutes interview, he was not talking about, I want this particular concession. He was looking forward in big picture way here that presidents do, that leaders do, not that staff do. So staff are going to come at you and say, President Trump, get that deal, get that deal. That's not what he was doing. And I really believe maybe there's still an opening here. I hope this week hasn't closed it off, but you can see how quickly the angry politics, I call it violent populism, is coming back in. And I really believe that's something we need to understand. There was an important olive branch there. And by the way, with President Biden, one of the things I was doing a lot was I was showing the data on our surveys on support for political violence in the United States. And I was making the argument, and his people did, and he gave the speeches, that the way his rhetoric had to change. That he gave a famous speech with red behind him called the Philadelphia speech, and I specifically was arguing for a different approach. And then with these assassination attempts, first the Pelosi attempt, which was just before the midterms, and then with the President Trump attempts here twice, and then Kamala Harris, they used different rhetoric. Their rhetoric was not we're right, you're wrong. Their rhetoric was let's bring down the temperature overall. And in our data, what we were tracking with our surveys is it actually was coming down over the fall of 2024. So the rhetoric here was actually moderating, and then you could see the support for political violence literally declining in our surveys, so that when the election happened and the Democrats lost, I wasn't at all surprised we didn't have political violence. A lot of people were saying, where's the violence? Well, by bringing it down, the support for violence.
They learned from first term. I mean, there's a bit of what you're saying. Some people may say it's naive, because the first time when he won, they couldn't wait to get rid of him. They created rumors, Russia collusion, every day mainstream, made his life a living hell. And they thought he would never get back in. So when they screwed up with Biden, and then they brought Kamala in, and they didn't choose somebody else, like who's the fellow from Ohio, who's the governor?
No, it did say no. There's always those guys say, well, don't you wish you voted for Kamala? No, because Kamala didn't have the common sense to sit there and say, oh, I'm not going to go to war in the Middle East either. No, she said in front of everybody that she's going to go to war with Iran. She said she's going to do whatever it takes. to pretty much do regime change in Iran. So when you guys sit there and say, well, would you have voted for Kamala? Hell the fuck no. The reason why I'm going against Trump is because he pretty much lied to us, say he's going to do one thing and did another. There's no way in hell I would have voted for Kamala when she's literally telling us she's going to do exactly what we don't want her to do.
Shapiro. You're talking about Josh Shapiro. I think you're from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, from Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Like if they would have chosen Josh Shapiro, who, you know, maybe would have been a better VP candidate to go, but no, they chose Kamala. Kamala was not qualified. She destroyed the border, all this stuff. The second time around when Trump won, the mainstream media has nothing to say. What are you going to say now?
Well, what I'm trying to point out, Patrick, is that you could have had a different outcome that was bottom up. And that did not happen here. And it didn't happen. And I believe part of the reason you're right. There's another part. I don't mean to say this is just a monocausal outcome. Was you literally did have leaders, and I'm giving credit here to President Biden and some to Kamala Harris, but also if you look at Mike Johnson's rhetoric here during this period of time, this was after the first Trump assassination attempt and after the second, you see it's a much more moderated. Everybody needs to bring down the rhetoric.
Comey
and
put
that's
86-47. I mean, the
which
director
goes in
of
the other way,
FBI
which is going in the other direction.
Yeah, but they celebrated that. They said, "What's the big deal?" So to me,
I mean,
a part of the
no, that is true though. Now, a lot of us know. I mean, here's the thing: we don't even know if that man actually, sorted those out. We don't know that for a fact, and I wish we did. And 86 could mean remove. It doesn't necessarily mean assassinate. So we also got to be honest about that as well. Because a lot of people are just framing it as if it just has that one meaning when it has multiple meanings. So let's be fair-minded about it. Like, I know. Like, but said obviously they meant to assassinate the man. Well, most likely, but we don't know. So let's not just jump off the cliff with that. Okay, guys? All right.
Yet with the word, what's being said, they've been trying to take this guy out for a while. 3 times now. They've tried,
Yes.
And directly, indirectly, whatever you want to call it. But going back to it. So specifically on the blockade topic.
Yes.
What do you say when some people are saying it's working? He is making progress. Iran is losing $450 a day, $13 billion a day, $13 billion a month.
Yeah,
what do you say to that?
They're looking at tactics and they're not seeing the strategic effects are not coming like they want. So tactically, as with the bombing, when the bombs were launched against Iran on February 28th, bombs hit target, bombs killed leader. With the blockade, tactically, you have the same thing. In fact, we've turned around something like 40 ships, 38 ships here that was carrying Iran's oil. So tactically, that's a success. If you also look at it tactically from the perspective of we've produced about 1 million unemployed right now in Iran. So that you could say is a tactical success. But look at the Supreme Leader's statement just a few minutes before we came on the show today. Look at what's happening around the world in the last 36 hours, 72 hours. This is a strategic disaster. These tactical successes are not leading to strategic success. Similar with the bombing. The bombing was tactically successful. In fact, I taught the U.S. Air Force. I have nothing but enamored with our military. They are doing a fantastic job with what they're being ordered to do. They're doing it above and beyond what you might. No shirking here and so forth. And that's true with the blockade as well. So tactically, you're seeing success. But what we're doing is it's too easy to confuse tactical success with strategic success. And this is one of the big points I make on the escalation trap. But since I taught for the Air Force in the 1990s this is one of the things I discovered by teaching colonels, lieutenant colonels, majors who were the best of the best. They think of them as like the top guns. That it was too easy for them to confuse tactical success with strategic because for their last 12, 15 years, they were tactical people. They were doing tactical operations and they're being promoted above. They're the best of the best at tactics. But what's happening when they're a mid-level officer, when they're about to become a general, is this is a different game now. They're not going to be in those cockpits now. This is not the same thing. They're going to now have to think about strategy. Strategy is a different outcome. And the reason is because with tactics, what you're thinking is how bombs hit a target or how ships block other ships. With strategy, it's how does that military action affect politics? Politics. No matter how many times, how many sorties you've flown in either an F-117, a B-2, or an F-35, you're not focusing on politics there. That's just not.
I mean, that's true. And it shows. It actually does show with our strategy, because what we're saying, I mean, like, guys, if you just like what they're saying they want to do to Iran to get the Iranian people to turn against the regime is only going to make the people side with the regime. And it's kind of crazy how they don't see that. And I mean, Professor Pape is explaining it well, how they don't see it. They're not really understanding the politics of it. Like I said, when we got our Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, out there pretty much saying that we're imposing sanctions on you, purposely destroying your currency for the whole world to read. How do you think that makes the Iranian people feel towards the Americans? And then there's a lot of Iranian people that didn't even know that we are the cause of their economic struggle, but now they do. And we were hiding that under the facade, under us not being in a kinetic war with them, under us putting these sanctions on, and all the people have to blame is the Iranian government. And the only people that really know what's really going on is the people in the government. So you guys got to understand where, yeah, we're trying to put punishment on them, but all we're doing is pushing them further towards the regime, and we're vindicating the regime.
Not happening. When you're suddenly now in the game of strategy, it's if I do X to the enemy, what is it going to do politically to the enemy?
Mm-hmm.
This isn't just a matter of how many launchers I'm taking down. That's my lane. That's what I deal with in Bombing to Win. My work on economic sanctions and blockades, which is another 30 years of work here, is also about the same thing. It's not just how to work. I know a lot about the details of the tactics. I have to. But my lane and what I'm talking to the White House is about is not how to rearrange what the military does. They're the best of the best. I know, because I have been there up close and personal with them. It's about when you do X, what's that going to do politically to the target? That is not something you learn when you're in deployment in Fallujah. That's just not what's going on. Now you do.
And yet, I mean, one of the best examples of what he's talking about is, all right, the fact that we thought that Iran was just going to sit around and, for the naval blockade and just they're just going to let us stranglehold their economy. No, they're going to sit there and they're going to start recklessly bombing, recklessly throwing missiles at our regional allies, or our Gulf region allies, which they did when we pretty much didn't want to release a naval blockade. They attacked the UAE. So it already shows that, the more pain we try to push on them, the more they're willing to show that they're willing to escalate this entire conflict. So he's right. The problem is we keep on thinking that we're going to bend these guys to our knees with bombs, but we're only making them more emboldened to do something reckless.
Actually learn more about it over time. And when you start to study it, as I do, a lot of those deployments, people will start to make some analogies, which is, oh, yes, now I see that when we started out in 2004 and we had these more heavy-handed tactics, we were actually producing more terrorists than we were killing. And that was back then in 2003 and 4. That was the big issue. I was engaged.
Producing more terrorists than we're killing. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I'm telling you, bro, it's kind of funny because I've been said we did that. If you just recklessly bomb a country, you're going to become the villain of that country. You're not going to be a liberator. You're going to be the oppressor. And there's going to be people who had no hatred in America in their heart until you bombed their house and killed their entire family, or until you killed one of their friends. I mean, there was no hatred in their heart until our military action or reckless military action that creates these terrorists. And that's how and this is what you guys got to understand. You got to understand how terrorists are created and why Middle Eastern intervention only creates more terrorists. And there's only two options here. It's either you do what the terrorists acts and actually hear them out, or you kill them all. So you ain't got to hear nothing. So like I said, only two options. And you see what Israel's doing with Hamas. Instead of actually listening to the plight of a two-state or one-state solution, they said, F it, we'll just kill you all. I mean, same thing with Lebanon. Instead of just leaving you guys alone and understanding that not Hamas, but Hezbollah is only there to keep us away, we'll just leave you alone. But instead of doing that, no, we're just going to try to kill you all. I mean, those are the only two options, is either figure out what's making them mad or kill them all.
Engaged with, which is, I want to kill terrorists. I absolutely want to kill terrorists. It's not that I want to let them off the hook. I want to know, how do I kill the current generation of terrorists without producing a second generation that's even bigger? And even Don Rumsfeld finally started to say, we're producing more terrorists than we're killing. That's why we changed strategy, not just tactics, but we literally changed our approach, and we ended up defeating AQI. And we did this through a political strategy by empowering the Anbar Awakening, who were this 100,000 set of Sunni tribes that were numbering 100,000. And we took a big risk here to get rid of AQI. What did we do? We gave them money. We gave the Sunni tribes money, not AQI. But when we gave the Sunni tribes money, this was a big risk, because maybe they would turn their guns on us. And I knew this up close and personal, because in February 2007, even though I was a critic of the war here, and I was saying we're doing so much wrong, I was invited to go to the 3rd Infantry Division in February 2007, speak to all 150 of their officers 2 weeks before they deployed to Baghdad.
All right, now let's get into the last video here. Let's see here. Bombing never topples a regime. Yeah, I know y'all don't want to hear that, because y'all think we could just bomb these guys into submission, but yeah, that's not going to work. And like I said, boots on the ground for sure. But who's trying to do that? Not you, not me. Shoot, not even Trump.
We've been taking care of the world for how long? You go back and you think about China. China wouldn't be China.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in, or Venmo, or you can send a Rumble Red in, depending on where you're watching, guys. Appreciate the support. And like I said, make sure to smash that like button.
Without Nixon and Soviet Union, because the triangular diplomacy, they were worried that Soviet Union was getting so strong. So let's open it up for China to get strong. We've been taking care of everybody.
Yes, but let's look at how much we've gained compared to everybody else. So 1990, here, the Cold War ends. Who makes more money on the Cold War ending than anybody else? It's American companies. We go in. So there's a power vacuum, because what you have is you have the Cold War ending, and that isn't just ending in Eastern Germany. It's ending in Africa. It's ending in Asia. There's a whole set of Soviet puppets here that suddenly there's a giant vacuum. Well, this is what the Roaring 90s was all about for America. A large part of it. There was some in our country as well, for sure. But a large part of this, and a lot of the business people will know this, and certainly Alan Greenspan will be able to come and tell you about this, is we are filling, this is this spread of global capitalism here to large parts of the world. Even Vietnam, for example. Vietnam today is almost a golden case of growth here, and it's really soaring from the 1990s on as the Cold War ends. Well, that is a success story for America. So we can say, oh, poor us. All we've done has been taken advantage of by the world. We're making out like bandits here. And I think we need to understand that that's really healthy for us.
Yeah, the problem is, though, that no. The billionaires and millionaires, like the guys who own these big corporations, they're making away like bandits, while they're letting our jobs get taken away like bandits overseas. Like, that's the problem, Robert Pape. And I mean, it's kind of crazy how you don't understand that, but it is what it is. A lot of people are like free trade guys. And the problem with free trade, and I'm disagreeing with Ronald Reagan on this as well, that it destroyed American jobs. This whole free trade BS. I'm sorry, but even the guy that thought of the concept of free trade, I think his name was Richard Ricardo. Edward or Richard Ricardo, one of those two, but even he said that, free trade only makes sense if you cannot produce it in your country. If you could produce it in your country, you're only shooting yourself in the foot and taking jobs away from your own people.
That's how we're staying at 26% of the world's GDP. We're making out as change happens.
But to say, it's hurting them, and this is not fair what America is doing because it's hurting them. Well, if America eliminates a potential enemy long term that would like to kill the Western way of doing anything, IRGC, that doesn't want to do business with anybody, maybe that benefits the world. Now, you could disagree and say, I wouldn't go and take out the 50.
I'm with you right there. It's just we have no strategy to get there with President Trump.
You think you're not on the inside. To say, can we make comments like that and we don't know, right? But to be honest,
all I can say is I will say there's no evident sign of that strategy. And there's a lot of evidence of everything going negative. So if this were 2 months ago, that would be a different story, Patrick. But it's not 2 months ago. This is not just the opening days where we're going to have a short air campaign and things are going to work out. And President Trump has many off ramps here. President Trump, we're now at, I believe this is day 60, if I remember right. So we are now starting the third month of this. So it is high time now for if there is a strategy where we can be confident.
I agree.
It's time. And the idea that we just keep what President Trump has said is his strategy, because he was given a set of options here just a couple days ago in the Oval Office. It was, does he start the bombing campaign up again? Does he pull out everything? This would be, well, we marched in, let's completely march out. Or does he do just keep the blockade? Those were the three options on the table. It's not a strategy. Those are just military options. They're not being tied to ends. That's just that's tactics. He chose the middle ground to basically keep the blockade going. That's not a strategy. That is a set of tactics. And there's no connecting that to the outcome. And I'm saying there's a big problem with connecting it to the outcome is, where is the case of maximum economic pressure crushing a state like Iran? We have plenty of cases where we've done that. We just had Iraq. In 1990 in Iraq, we slapped on the toughest oil sanctions blockade in history, bringing down Iraq's GDP by 47% for 12 years. For 12 years, we crushed Iraq's GDP more than we had any other country before with economic sanctions. And it was really a tight blockade because we stopped the land routes as well. That's what led us to do a ground war. And what happened to Saddam Hussein's regime? It did not crumble. It did not crack. The same problem of the water, we're worrying about the water going in, and this was not enough. It did not happen to the extent and so forth. What happens instead, and this is my area again, how the pressure affects the politics. When you take a country and you weaken it economically, and you cut its pie in half, and the government is still in place, what does the government get to do? Redirect the remaining half to its supporters, take away the resources from its opponents. And that's exactly what Saddam Hussein did, and that's what the Iran government is doing. They're going to privilege the Revolutionary Guard. They're not going to first take money from the Revolutionary Guard to go pay the pro-democracy movement in Iran. That's Saddam Hussein, same thing. Yes, the country's pie, the economic pie, is cut by half. But what happened is you became more beholden to support the dictator you didn't like. And by the way, that's not unique to Saddam Hussein. When Germany occupied France in World War II, they beat France in 6 weeks, and then they occupied it for 4 years. Notice that there wasn't an uprising by the French population. Why not? It's because Germany held all the keys to the economic flows inside of occupied France, including the food. You wanted food and ration cards? Guess what you had to do? Go to the factories that were working for the Germans. You don't want to go work for the Germans? No problem. You just don't get any food. Okay. So we have books on this. So I'm not just, when I'm talking about studying economic pressure, I'm not doing the hand wavy stuff, Patrick. I'm going through case after case. And the truth is, we just don't have this case of economic pressure crushing the resistance, crushing the regime
Not yet.
without
No, it's so funny because you actually watched the full interview the entire time. Patrick Bet-Davis did not like what this man was saying because he wants to hear that, don't worry, man, we about to go ahead and knock out this regime. The people of Iran will be saved. We're going to bring back in the Shah and a rainbow will go over Iran. Like, that's what he wants to hear, but he's not getting that because that's just not the reality.
Military force. So what you see is economic pressure is a precursor to conquest. If you want to use military force to conquer territory, perfect sense to weaken the enemy economically here. The idea, though, that you weaken them economically and that alone, this is President Trump again up against the weight of history of 100 years. This isn't up against just simply a matter of, well, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. With regime change bombing, something again, Bombing to Win's all about this. This is the book on regime change bombing. It shows since World War II, bombing alone has never toppled a regime. My work on economic sanctions, economic blockades, multiple academic articles about this is showing side by side since World War I, economic pressure alone, meaning without follow-up ground conquest, is not toppling a regime. Now, if you want to get them to negotiate on a price of trade here or release a few hostages, you can have economic pressure do that. So minor goals can be achieved. But
This is massive.
But if you want the big ones, topple the regime, surrender weapons of mass destruction, stop a military offensive like they're doing in Hormuz here, the record shows Trump is up against the weight of history. And these,
I mean, yeah, and the way the history says that you're not getting that off unless you put boots on the ground, unless you're really willing to go in there and put hands on the regime. And I'm talking about not from the air, but you have to put boots on the ground. So if you think you're just going to bomb these guys into submission, it's not going to work. You're going to have to put boots on the ground unless you want to decide to drop a nuke on them. But we all know that hopefully that's outside of the realm of possibility. Hopefully.
are the things that he and his folks need to hear. And this isn't coming from somebody who's, the liberal goody two shoes or somebody who's just trying to torpedo,
You'd
Trump
like to see him succeed.
Oh my God, I want to see, because so many.
You would like to see IRGC fall.
I would love to see the IRGC fall. I think it is one of the most evil regimes, and has become more evil that we have seen on our planet.
Yeah, here's the thing. A lot of people hear me talk about the IRGC and they think I'm a supporter of them. I'm like, no, they are an oppressive regime. They are wild as hell. I mean, they're savages as well. But the problem is, though, is that, yeah, us recognizing that is not going to win us this war. Us recognizing that, yes, the IRGC is bad is not going to make it any easier to remove them. Yeah, sorry, that's not how it works.
What we saw on January 14th here, where within about 72 hours, somewhere between 20 and 30,000 people were murdered in the streets. We have not seen that in certainly a condensed period of time. That many people die at the hands of their own government since the late 1980s, when Saddam Hussein killed 20,000 Kurds in Iraq in about 2 weeks.
No, it took them 2 weeks to do that, but for some reason, everybody believed that Iran can do that in 2 days. Yeah, okay.
We've seen in Srebrenica, this was in 1995, July 1995. We saw the Serbs kill 7,000 Muslims in about a weekend or so, 7,000. So we've seen some of this before. I don't want to say we've never seen this before. I'm not saying that, Patrick. What I'm saying is this regime has demonstrated it is one of the most evil regimes that we have seen on the planet, period. And it has just now become even more evil. So no, I am all down for, as I said, 2008, I said the biggest problem Obama's going to have is Iran nuclear weapon. I didn't say it was rise of China. I didn't say it was Russia. I didn't say it was holding on to solving problems of 2% in NATO. I said this was the #1 problem. And I got to say, I was not part of the Obama administration, but everything I saw is he took it seriously.
I mean, he kind of called it and he nipped it in the butt. I mean, got to keep it real. Obama definitely took care of the whole, them enriching, because since that deal kept them at that 3.67%, we wasn't worrying about it until Trump ripped it up. So you got to give it to Obama on that, guys. And trust me, I know Obama did his bullshit in the Middle East as well. But when it comes to, making sure Iran wasn't progressing towards a nuke, he did a pretty good job on that. Now, all right, now let's get over to this Pierce Morgan. Let's see if we have enough time for this. All right, we can see. All right, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. You have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and send it in. If we get a good amount of support, I'll go ahead and I'll keep the stream going. We could try to finish up the whole video. But other than that, guys, like I said, make sure to subscribe to the channel and double tap that screen.
I can't point and tell you it'll take 3 months or 3 years, but it's such a rotten, corrupt, incompetent regime. This whole structure is going to collapse.
He lied to his base. And what the American public doesn't want is 10 years, 20 years of a prolonged war being advocated for by chicken hawks in Washington and around the world.
This was a major international war crime. This was a violation of Article 2 of the UN Charter. You can't just attack a country which is not a threat to you. The Prime Minister of Israel already has an arrest warrant out from the ICC. Another one should go out to Donald Trump.
I strongly believe that President Trump wants a deal. I strongly believe the Iranians want a deal. You could argue that there is probably only one country in the world that doesn't want a deal. And I think you probably know better than me who that country is.
Many US presidents have discovered at great cost that it's very difficult to end a war you started. Reports this weekend indicate that President Trump is, quote, bored of the Iran excursion. Iran, meanwhile, seems bent on humiliating him. The White House waited almost a week for a response to its memorandum, which is basically a proposal to start talking about a proposal to end the war. Tehran then watered down most of US demands and added several of his own, including formal dominion of the Hormuz Strait and reparations. I've just read the response from Iran's so-called representatives. Trump said last night, "I don't like it, totally unacceptable." And so here we go again. The US must also grapple with the fact that Israel, its partner in this war, is in no mood to end it. Israel is fighting a separate front against Hezbollah in Lebanon. You may remember that Trump brokered a ceasefire there last month. Despite that, 39 were killed in Israeli strikes yesterday. Israel is bombing Lebanon every day. Both wars are popular inside Israel, a complete reversal of the public mood just about everywhere else. And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu appeared on US TV yesterday.
He's right. He's very committed to this.
It's not over, says Netanyahu, clear as day, and it's been a bumper weekend for comments by Israelis which seem designed to infuriate Americans. Jonathan Pollard is a hugely controversial figure in the US. He's the Navy intelligence analyst turned spy who sold secrets to Israel. Some of Trump's top donors lobbied for his freedom.
Now, here's the wildest part. Jonathan Pollard actually got a meeting with the Israeli ambassador, Mike Huckabee, walked into the U.S. embassy and sat down and pretty much was getting treated like a hero. A guy that pretty much betrayed us, pretty much sold our secrets to Russians. So, yeah, for some reason, an Israeli spy was being pretty much celebrated by our ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee.
He's now an Israeli citizen, but he's apparently no fan of the U.S. president.
He's loved in this country.
He's loved in this country.
Jonathan Pollard?
Well, that just shows you how stupid a lot of people in this country really are. You have a guy like Trump who doesn't really know much about anything that's going on in this region, except maybe the price of real estate. And he's dependent on people like Jared Kushner or Steve Witkoff, who I call Tweedledum and Tweedledee, that are only interested in one thing, and that's their bank account. It's as simple as that. This is not a man that you can trust.
Well, trust is becoming a major barrier to ending the war.
And you know, so crazy. Take what he says and with a grain of salt. I don't care that he's speaking out against the war. This man betrayed us. He sold our secrets to Russia. Trust me, he's no ally of the U.S. And I'm taking what he's saying with a grain of salt. Thousands of grains of salt.
War. Can Trump trust the Iranians? Can the Iranians trust Trump? And can either side trust Israel to end the war, even if they do? Well, joining me now is the former Israeli Prime Minister and opposition coalition leader, Naftali Bennett. Naftali Bennett, welcome back to Uncensored.
And yes, the problem with this guy, Naftali Bennett, is that he wants to make Turkey the new Iran. So he's pretty much trying to fight Turkey through proxy in Syria and probably eventually take Turkey up top. So it does seem like I said, once we're done with Iran, they're moving on to Turkey. And he said it right out of his mouth.
Great to be here, viewers.
So last week on the show, I tweeted and then read it out that it was interesting, I said, in relation to a poly market, prediction market, putting you marginally ahead of Benjamin Netanyahu to be the next prime minister of Israel. I said, interesting, the only candidate with the balls to come on uncensored, which you are now proving once more, because Benjamin Netanyahu has, having done 3 interviews with me before October the 7th, not come on since. So I appreciate you having the balls to come on uncensored.
That's what we do.
And in relation to that poly market, it's now got Netanyahu just above you. You're on 38% chance. He's around 41%. What do you feel about that? I mean, there's a lot of people think you are going to be the next prime minister of Israel. What's your response?
You're helping us out.
We're going to win. In October, we have elections.
That's not a good
We're
thing.
going to win.
And that's not a good thing. Like I said, this guy also wants perpetual wars. He also want to try to expand Israel's border, even though he's on the other side of Bibi, pretty much. So yes, the Likud party, I believe, I forgot what their party's called, but trust me, it's on the other side of them.
They win big, and Israel will open a whole new chapter, a new page. We've gone through several years of really difficult years of on the brink of a civil war, and then October 7th, and then the prolonged war. Israel wants a new start. It'll be a wonderful government of people from the right, people from the left, religious, secular, a bipartisan government. And it's going to be a renaissance for Israel inward, a renaissance for Israel in the region, and with our relationship with the whole world itself.
How would you be different to Netanyahu?
I would unite Israel from within. I would respect all citizens, whether they voted for me or didn't vote for me, whether they're Jewish or Arab. And I would.
I mean, come on, bro. You know that's cap. Like, yeah, y'all not doing that. I mean, shoot, if that was your case, you'd be running on a 1 or 2 state solution, but you wouldn't win an election talking about that.
Be open to the world. Obviously, on security matters, it's no big secret. I'm tougher than Netanyahu himself on security. But in terms of running a country, you'll see a competent leadership, a clean leadership, one that focuses on just building better lives for its people and not on the rest of the politics that's going on there.
Many people think that this Iran war is turning into a fiasco, that it was ill-conceived at the start, that there was no proper game plan that had been established, no real mission stated with any clarity, the goalposts have repeatedly changed, and that all the pressure came from Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government on Donald Trump to join this war, and that they laid out, according to the New York Times, a plan of taking out the Ayatollah and his top people, and then the IRGC would collapse from within, the people would rise up, they'd all be too distracted to concern themselves with the Strait of Hormuz. Now, only the first part of that has happened. Given where we are with this war, nearly 10 weeks in, I mean, are you optimistic about the way it's going? Do you feel good about this?
Well, I think it was necessary, and I want to explain why. The alternative was to not act, and Iran was in the process of creating a shield which would prevent any future attack. The shield was by moving nuclear material underground and by producing such a big amount of ballistic missiles that it would deem Iran unattackable. And once it would reach that zone of immunity, then it would race forward towards a nuclear weapon.
No, the problem is, though, if they have these ballistic missiles, you just can't recklessly bomb them without having, repercussions. The problem is you guys want to recklessly bomb Iran without Iran being able to strike back. That's why you're fearful of their missile capability, because they've proven in the 12-day war that they're able to shoot right through the Iron Dome and overwhelm the Iron Dome. So, of course, you guys want to get rid of their ballistic missiles because they've shown to be a great threat to you guys. And, of course, their proxies as well. So it's not even about Iran going towards a nuke. It's about the military threat of Iran outside their nuclear capability.
We had to act before we'd lose the ability to act, and that's what we did.
Right, but as I'm looking at this, and I was saying this from day one, if the objective is to make sure that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, then at some stage you have to get the enriched uranium. Benjamin Netanyahu in this CBS interview overnight said, we've got to go in and take it out. But he hasn't explained how that's going to happen. No military expert thinks that's possible without boots on the ground. That would be a dramatic escalation of an already bogged down war, which President Trump may have no appetite for politically, never mind anything else. How are you going to get the enriched uranium?
Well, I think there's a few things that need to be done. The enriched uranium is one of them, and dismantling the nuclear program is another. And the third is putting a cap on the ballistic missile production. And what I would urge you and your viewers to imagine what the Middle East would look like. Now we've seen what Iran can do and wants to do, but it's an Iran that doesn't have a nuclear umbrella. Imagine the same Iran with a nuclear umbrella. So my point is, it's not easy. It's not easy, first and foremost, for us. We're the ones who have been on the...
Well, here's the problem. Iran with a nuclear umbrella means that we just won't be attacking them no more, I guess. That's what it means. It means that we just leave them the F alone, and that's what they all want to hide from you. They don't want Iran to have a nuke, not because they're just going to start attacking their worst enemies. No, it's because we're going to be forced to leave them alone like we had to do with North Korea. Like, that's what they don't want. For us to be forced to leave Iran alone and let them be an actor in the global stage. We don't want them. I mean, well, yeah, we don't want them to be, and Israel doesn't want them to be. And the only way to keep them from doing that is to fearmonger you guys into thinking as soon as they get a nuke, they're going to strike you. No, as soon as they get a nuke, we're going to leave them the F alone. And they don't want y'all to know that.
A recipient end of all these ballistic missiles, not only also UAE and other friends in the Middle East, but the alternative is much worse. So we're not in a choice between great and terrible. We're in a choice between very difficult and worse. And we chose the very difficult path.
Right, but some would say that this is going, if you're in the Iranian regime, this is going quite well for them in the sense that, yes, they've taken a pounding on their military capability. That is undeniable. But that actually, by controlling the Strait of Hormuz, they've now established a asymmetric war in which they have all the cards. And by also attacking their Gulf state neighbors in the way that they have showed there that it's a different war they can be waging that doesn't involve direct engagement with the Americans or the Israelis. So if you're the Iranians, why would you do any kind of deal that means you surrender any control of the Strait of Hormuz? And why would you give up voluntarily your enriched uranium?
And I mean, yeah, and here's the thing, though. It's like, yeah, why would you voluntarily give up control of the Strait if America, the strongest military in the world, can't remove you? Like, really think about it, and think about how dumb it was for us to ask, NATO countries to come over there and, oh, can you help us release it? So we asked them to, okay, look, man, I know y'all need it too. Y'all need it more than us. So can you go over here and help us open it? And they're looking at us like, dog, are you serious? You can't open it. The strongest navy in the world, strongest million in the world can't get Iran's grip off the Strait of Hormuz. What makes you think we can? So, I mean, real with you, I kind of felt when NATO kind of just said, nah, we're out of this one. If you can't do it, no one can. And also, we don't want to get dragged into a conflict because Israel dragged y'all in. Like, that's not what this alliance is about.
Or nuclear program. That's the bit I can't work out how you're going to make that happen if they conclude we don't need to do it.
Well, my analysis is different. I think Iran exposed its true colors. Now everyone knows what it wants to do, what it would do, and certainly can imagine what it would do if it had the whole nuclear umbrella and the massive amounts of ballistic missiles, which it didn't have. Now it had.
And here's the problem, guys. We can't be picking and choosing now who gets nuclear weapons. At this point, is either everybody can have them, so we can ensure mutual destruction for everybody, or nobody has them, so we don't have to worry about the threat from nobody. The problem is what we're showing on the global stage is that the people who have nukes cannot be trusted to be fair with the people who don't, because the people who don't have nukes get bullied on the global stage. And that's what we prove with Ukraine, and that's what we prove with Iran, Libya, and other countries as well. When you don't get nukes, you get bullied by the countries that do. So when we're setting that example up, you can't be mad when all of these countries start trying to push to get some of their own, because they understand that's the only way you have any type of sovereignty out here. And it's sad that we even painted that reality for them.
Several thousand. Imagine it had 30,000 ballistic missiles, including the intercontinental ones. So now we all see Iran for what it is. And to be fair, Iran has taken a huge hit. Its economy is really gone. Infrastructure. This regime, Piers, I believe, will not survive in the long haul. Now, I can't point and tell you it'll take 3 months or 3 years, but it's such a rotten, corrupt, incompetent regime, despised by its own people, old, and this whole structure is going to collapse. And what we can do, even if it doesn't happen right now, throughout the next few years, not unlike the Soviet Union of the late 80s, we can encourage that collapse. So a new, better sort of regime comes there, hopefully a free one that doesn't kill 30,000 of its own people just for demonstrating.
But we had, guarantees from President Trump. This will be all over in 2 to 3 weeks. Then it was 6 weeks. Now you're talking a few years to affect any kind of regime change. The goalposts, like I say, have been changing
Piers,
quite
I'm not
dramatically.
suggesting. I didn't suggest that we continue the war for a few years. I suggested that in many dimensions, economic, diplomatic, industrial, cyber, covert, overt, many different vectors to encourage the ultimate collapse that will happen. This regime is just like the Soviet Union. Just I don't know if the year right now is 1986 or 1956, but there's a lot that we can do to help accelerate that collapse, not through war, not only through kinetic means, there's many other means.
What if this war's had the opposite effect? What if it's hardened Iranian public opinion so that more of them now support the regime because they've seen bombing raids that have killed their loved ones, for example, which is inevitable in war?
Yeah.
And what if the IRGC have looked at what's happened with the Strait of Hormuz and realized...
It's like, look, all you do is legitimize you legitimize the regime of the threat of Israel and America when you go out there and you recklessly bomb civilians, bomb a girls' school, and all of those guys that were going like, oh, the regime is evil. Now those guys are looking at them. Now the guys are thinking, well, damn, at least the regime didn't bomb a girls' school. Like, maybe the regime got a point. Maybe it is the Americans that are the evil one. We start trying to push these guys towards the thinking of the regime when we sit there and we bomb their infrastructure, we bomb little girls, we bomb buildings, and we bomb bridges. I mean, I'm sorry, but if you actually think the Iranian people are cheering that shit on, you're a delusional retard. I'm gonna be real with you. You are a delusional retard.
That at any moment they choose, they can strangle the global energy market. And at any moment, they can also attack their Gulf state neighbors and cause them enormous economic damage. I mean, you talk about the economic damage for Iran, but what about the economic damage to the Gulf states around Iran? And what about the economic damage to the US economy, which is now causing Donald Trump in the run-up to the midterm elections enormous political damage? The damage is not just being done to Iran here. And as someone I heard yesterday, I think on Fareed Zakaria was saying, if you're the Iranian regime, just surviving is victory. And actually, they'd be quite happy stringing this out as long as possible because they know Donald Trump's on a ticking clock here, because otherwise, politically, it could be disastrous, whereas Israel is not. So could you see a situation where the Americans pull out of...
Yeah, he might have to pull out this war and let Iran get their way because Congress won't approve to fund the military for what? No, never mind. Yeah, he has to ask after the 60 to 90 days, he has to ask Congress for approval or to continue funding this war. And if they say no, then I mean that's it. I mean, you can't just keep a war going with no money. So he's just gonna have to sit there and stop it and come to the best conclusion he can.
This war and leave you guys to it.
Well, you asked a bunch of questions there. First of all, I would say that Iran cannot sustain this forever. It's taken a huge hit. It can't pay its own salaries to its whole apparatus of terror and corruption. They also have tremendous pressure on them. Secondly, wars are bad. By no means do I want to give an impression that this is great and we love it. No, wars are bad and it's best to end wars. But there's just one thing worse, is having a nuclear Iran conducting the same actions, and then we lose all leverage. So it's between alternatives over here. I can say that this war will also create new alliances in the Middle East now that everyone has seen Iran for what it is, and Israel will be a major factor here. Now, regarding American policy, that's really up for America to decide what's right for it. In many cases, we have shared interests, but in some cases, it's different. For example, from Israel's perspective, Iran is an existential threat. From America's perspective, it's a strategic threat. And that's different, and we respect that.
I mean, at least he admitted it. At least he said, yo, yeah, for us, yeah, it's an imminent threat. Like, I'm be real with you, right there, missiles could reach us any day of the week. But for America, it could be a strategic threat. I mean, not, an imminent one, but a strategic one. I'll go ahead and I'll give him that one. But I just hate how, pretty much a guy from Israel and a politician from Israel is willing to admit that, hey, yo, this is like more imminent for Israel, not the US. At least he admitted that. I got to give it to him. I didn't even think he was going to say that. Usually no Israeli pundit is willing to sit there and say that. They're trying to make our problems their problems, and their problems our problems.
So
and let's be real, we shouldn't be mixing interests like that with any country.
Going to work together with our friends in America and see what we can do to bring a good end to all of this.
But are you of the view, and are most Israelis of the view, that this can only be a victory if you do remove the enriched uranium?
That's a necessary condition. It's not sufficient. Removing the enriched uranium is vital, but it's not enough. If they continue producing new uranium, it's worthless. If they go out and build 30,000 ballistic missiles, and then 5 years from now they're unattackable, unassailable, that's also very bad. So taking out the enriched uranium is important, but it's not the only important thing.
But presumably then you're going to have to restart military offensive against the Iranians if they won't voluntarily give up their nuclear aspirations and their enriched uranium. The only alternative, if victory is that they have no longer got them, is to recommence a military offensive, right?
Well, there's a bunch of methods here, and when you want to achieve ultimately a diplomatic goal, the goal of dismantling Iran's nuclear program, it's not only military. It's a mix of military, diplomatic, economic, and I think by navigating this mix in the right way, we can achieve it. It's not all just about bombing.
Final question, Naftali Bennett. The war against Iran and the war against Hezbollah in Lebanon are both very popular within Israel. But what's been going on in the last 3 years since October the 7th, since the massive strike back by Israel against Hamas in Gaza, and what's been going on in Lebanon and Iran, there's been a massive shift in public support for Israel, particularly in America, but it's global as well, as you know. But a recent Pew Research Center survey found last month that 60% of American adults now have an unfavorable opinion of Israel, compared with 53% a year earlier, and a 20-point shift since 2022. Just 37% of respondents had a favorable view of Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu told 60 Minutes last night that the deteriorated support was down to social media and several countries manipulating social media to hurt Israel. But could it be simpler? Could it just be that many people outside of Israel do not share the view inside Israel that what you've been doing is a good thing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a reality. I'm acutely cognizant of our international standing. And yes, we've taken a huge hit. That's just a fact. I wish that were not the case. Took a huge hit all across the world, including and especially in America, on both sides of the aisle. I will say that I prefer to be alive and unpopular than dead and beloved. But that aside, we have to do a lot of work. And my new administration, hopefully when we win the elections, we're going to tell a new story of Israel, of what Israel ought to be. Now, it doesn't mean we're going to be soft. We're going to be tough, and in some cases tougher. But tougher can also be decent. For example, inward within Israel,
Bro.
the way we, I at least.
Israel, you want to stop all the conflicts today, bro? You want to stop all the beef between the Palestinians, the Lebanese people, the Iranians? You want to stop all the beef? All right, cool. Give the Palestinians their own state or make a two-state solution. Promise you. All problems in the Middle East is going to be solved when it comes to Israel. Nobody's going to be mad at you no more over your mistreatment of the Palestinians. They're either Israelis or they got their own state, and everybody's going to leave y'all alone. Iran has no reason to support Hamas no more, and if you guys stop invading Lebanon, stop trying to annex southern Lebanon, then Hezbollah has no reason to exist no more. So like I said, if you guys really want to bring peace to Israel, give the Palestinians a 1 or 2 state solution, stop trying to invade southern Lebanon, and you don't have to deal with Hamas or the Houthis. And then Iran is going to leave y'all alone. And if Iran leaves y'all alone, the Houthis are going to leave y'all alone. So I'm gonna be real with you. You guys can get peace of by tomorrow, but you just don't want to do that.
To respect the rights of all Israelis and whether they voted for me or not, whether right, left, Jewish, Arab, whatever. And I think the way that we handle ourselves will tell a whole new story, a vision of growth, of prosperity, without forgetting the fact that we have to defend ourselves, but there's ways to do it. And I'm optimistic that we'll be able to repair at least some of the damage in public opinion that we've taken. But as I said, at the end of the day, my kids here, I've got 4 kids in Israel, their lives matter to me more than our ratings right now in some latest poll.
Naftali Bennett, as I said at the start, I do appreciate you having the balls to come on Uncensored, and you do regularly, and I thank you for that. Thank you very much.
I'm never afraid to speak the truth.
Hey, BB's only going to go for the softball interviews. If he knows you're going to give him a softball interview, he's going to pull up. If you're going to give him pushback, he's out.
And if I may say, whenever I'm here, while you're very vehement about your positions,
BB looks like the type to get mad at an interview, leave, and then have an airstrike ordered on the. I'm sorry, bro. That's big go too far. But yeah, BB's the type to leave, get mad at an interviewer, and then bomb the entire news station.
You ask fair questions and you actually listen to the answers. So I always like being here.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Well, joining me on the panel now is Paul Rykoff. He's the founder of Independent Veterans of America. Colonel Richard Kemp, the former British Army commander. Benjamin Rudd, who's the senior fellow at the UCLA International Institute, and Matt Kennard. He's the journalist and author of Irregular Army. So welcome to all of you. Colonel Kemp, good to see you again. This war in Iran, Donald Trump said at the start all sorts of things, actually, but it was all going to be over in 2 to 3 weeks. It was going to be a reprise, effectively, of what happened last summer, short, sharp shock, and it was going to decimate Iran, destroy the nuclear capability that we'd already assumed had been destroyed a year ago. And it was all going to be easy and done quickly. Obviously, that hasn't happened. And the goalposts have been changing a lot. And they're now very, very focused on one goalpost, which is the nuclear capability encompassing the enriched uranium. We've just heard the man who may be the next prime minister of Israel, according to the polls, say that, rather like Benjamin Netanyahu did last night on CBS, that they have to get the enriched uranium and they have to go in and take it. You're an army man. How are they going to do that without a large commitment of troops on the ground?
Well, I think, first of all, I'd say that while President Trump and his military planners may have thought that this operation would be relatively short and not go on as long as it has, of course, you can never predict how long a war is going to last. When you engage in military operations, the enemy obviously has a major say in what you're doing, and things do change unexpectedly. And I'm sure that the American military planners would have allowed for that and potentially even expected that. As far as removal of Iran's nuclear, highly enriched uranium is concerned, yeah, I think there's probably 2 options. One is by agreement with Iran to remove that highly enriched uranium, and the other is going in without Iran's agreement by military force and pulling it out.
And that would be the worst thing ever. It's best that we get Iran to give it up. Like, here's the thing. If we want Iran to just give it up, bro, come to them, say, look, we're just going to release all the sanctions. You're going to get billions of dollars back, but you're going to get back into the stricter version of the JCPOA, and you're giving us all that at 60% uranium. You're just going to start from scratch, and you're going to stay at that 3.6. You can have your little energy program, and it's all good. And then if, the Israelis want to sit there and cry about, oh, but their missiles and their proxies, I'm going to be like, well, you solve that. You put boots on the ground over that. I'm just here for the enrichment.
The second option is extremely unlikely. I don't think President Trump, nor indeed Prime Minister Netanyahu, would countenance either of those two things, or certainly the military option. I think if the Iranians do agree, and doesn't look too likely at the moment, to have give up basically their highly enriched uranium, then of course it would require ground presence.
Because let's be real, it's one, their highly enriched uranium is still a deterrent, it's still leverage that they have. Because like I said, it can always boost that to 90%, and now they got weapons grade uranium. And now here's another deterrent that they have, or a card that they have now: control over the Strait of Hormuz. So now if we want to have like a favorable outcome when it comes to the strait, it's probably best that we do what they say, so they could probably release full control of the strait, release it, or they have an administration fee on the strait for for time to come until we're able to kick their ass off it. And right now, as has been shown, the strongest military in the world can't kick their ass off the strait.
Some sort would require experts to actually collect the material and move it safely out of the country. And it would, of course, require some form of security forces to do that. So either way, yes, it does require people going in on the ground.
Benjamin Rad, welcome to Uncensored. I mean, I have to say, the longer this has dragged on, the more I'm baffled about why this was ever started. Because yes, they've smashed up the Iranian military. There's no doubt about that. But they haven't decimated it in the way Donald Trump talks about. The IRGC is still clearly firmly in charge. The son of the Ayatollah, the new supreme leader, appears to now be running the show again after sustaining serious injury. They've got complete control of the Strait of Hormuz. We've tried a blockade. We pulled the blockade. Every time anyone tries anything with them, they immediately attack one of the Gulf states. It seems to me that strategically, Iran has proved to be a much more effective opponent than perhaps Donald Trump suspected when he was persuaded to join Israel on this mission.
Thank you for having me on. I'm glad to be here. It's as a refugee from the 79 revolution and someone who's studied it in depth. What's fascinating is that revolution took 2 years to unfold. For the first 6, 7, 8 months, for the first year, everyone thought that the Shah was in complete control, that the military, that the country was completely unified under his command, that the people were behind him. There was a gross misreading of intelligence of the domestic situation. All of this to say two things can be true at once. Number one, that the American objectives, strategic, have been vague.
Now, the funny thing is, we were painting a fairy tale with the Shah because we didn't want to come down to the reality that the guy that we put in there that's giving us, favorable terms on the oil is pretty much being seen as unpopular and as a sellout to the Americans. And that's what's pretty much led to him being overthrown. The whole Iranian revolution. Yeah. And here's the thing, like I said, we put in that leader that was pretty much selling out his own people. You don't think the Iranians forgot about that? No, they remember. They remember all too well.
And, at best, and that's being generous, and have not been met. And two, we don't know exactly what is going on within the Iranian hierarchy. The supreme leader, I would maintain, is incapacitated. Again, we haven't seen him. We haven't heard from him. Is he alive? Is he barely alive? I mean, we assume he is based on intelligence reports. Is he in charge? I don't think so. I think it's more of a military junta led by 3 or 4 of the top IRGC commanders who are speaking on behalf of the supreme leader, very much sort of in line with Shia belief about the hidden Mahdi, the hidden imam. And basically it's the clerics who speak on his behalf. It's very sort of similar to that setup. And then secondly, Iran has a domestic problem. It had one before this war started. It had one going back years. It is incredibly unpopular. And that unpopularity and the pressure, domestic pressure, will only increase as the conditions in the country worsen, as hyperinflation increases. And as the ability of the people to lead their lives in the way they want becomes more and more challenged, the question is, can Iran hide that from the world, which they have tried to do by shutting off the internet? So yes, you can have a critical assessment of the U.S. operation. That does not mean that internally and domestically, the country is where its leadership wants it to be.
Spring has sprung, but one thing that doesn't change with the seasons is the importance
Yeah,
of
the only
being
problem
comfortable.
is we don't see regime change coming anytime soon. And that's what we want. But it doesn't seem like we're actually going to get that. But all right, let's get back to the panel.
Paul Rykoff, I mean, it seems to...
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Appreciate the support, guys.
To me, that what is most interesting to observe is the failure so far of any kind of uprising by the Iranian people, which suggests that the IRGC still maintain a tight control, and there's a fear of that. And obviously, they also don't want to be hit by flying bombs and so on going over the cities. But there has been no uprising at the moment. So the idea of a regime change seems a long way away, if not impossible. But the Strait of Hormuz issue has...
Oh, guys, make sure to support the stream with a question, comment, joke to disagreement in a super chat, or you can send a gift as well, or you can send a Venmo. Appreciate the support, guys. And like I said, let's make sure we are double tapping that screen and liking the video and smashing the like button if you're watching horizontally.
Become a global emergency. I mean, I was reading today one of the Saudi executives, I think from one of the oil companies, saying that every week that goes by now is ever more catastrophic for the flow of global oil, gas, and general energy and fertilizer and so on. And although some ships are getting let through, that's only with Iran's control and agreement. So where do you think we are with this?
We are in what I would call a sucking chest wound for America's military and economy that is now overflowing and impacting the rest of the world. And I think your question of the Iranian people is the right one to focus on, because they're a very important barometer here. No matter what Donald Trump says, they will tell us when the regime, if the regime is gone. We will know. And right now, they're smartly keeping their heads down because they can't trust the regime who is bent on killing them. And frankly, they can't trust Donald Trump, who's killed a lot of them as well. So they're in a very, very difficult position. But back home, I think is where you're seeing more and more people calling for a regime change, because Donald Trump has entered us into a war that is overwhelmingly unpopular. He's done something very, very special. He's actually united all Americans against him in this war. You've got the far MAGA right, you've got the far liberal left, and you've got the middle, that 2/3 of Americans think this war was a mistake and don't support it. So Donald Trump got way ahead of his skis here, committing the military first and not committing the American public. And so far, he's been all gas, no brakes. There have been no guardrails in Congress. I think they failed. So he's got another unauthorized, unpopular war. And now he's coming back to the table with Pete Hegseth to ask for more money. He spent already $25 billion. He wants a new defense budget that's $1.5 trillion, which is an additional $500 billion for Iran. And America doesn't want it. What they see is the Strait of Hormuz not open. They see the enriched uranium unsecured. They see the regime still in place. They see them still having military capacity. And maybe most importantly, back here in America, they see gas prices at $4.30 a gallon.
Literally. And they're trying to say that we're winning. I'm just like, bro, we ain't got no goals completed, and the American people are suffering from higher gas prices. But y'all want to sit here and try to frame this as a win? I'm sorry, but it's not a win when your people are facing higher prices just because of, well, yeah, the enemy has closed the strait. Like, no, it's not really seen as a win when they still have thousands of missiles and drones, when their Navy is still able to go out there and exert control over the strait. But we're saying that their Navy's been 90% is destroyed, but our own intelligence come out and say they still have 60% of their military, not military, but their Navy. I'm sorry, but it's really hard to see how we're winning when we're the ones suffering from this and we're not getting any real results on the battlefield.
And you've got 13 Americans dead, hundreds wounded. So most Americans don't think this was worth it. And American wars don't get more popular over time. They get less. And that's the trajectory of the popularity of this war. And Donald Trump's got a real political problem. But the rest of the world, as you smartly noted, has a serious...
I'm sorry, but the problem is he started a war with one of the most war-tired generations in American history, which would be like the Gen X. Yeah, which would be Gen X. And I believe the guys after up, which would be Gen Z. Gen X, the millennials, and Gen Z. we are probably the three most war-tired generations in American history. Like we're sick of it, we're tired of it, we don't want nothing to do with it. And I'm sorry, but sadly, Trump started this war with three generations that are just done with it. And the only guys he got is the boomers. That's it. All of us were sick and tired and we want nothing else to do with it. If y'all want to do this, take y'all old ass over there and go to overthrow Iran for yourself and stop spending our taxpayer dollars on it.
Growing economic problem.
Yeah, and I think this has been my concern from the start of this. It wasn't like out of any great love for the Iranian regime, which I think has been a disgusting and oppressive regime from the day it took over in 79. Matt Kennard, let's look at there's a kind of asymmetric war going on involving the Strait of Hormuz, and we've discussed that earlier. There's also an asymmetric war going on in terms of the aspirations and interests of America and Israel, it seems to me, where all the mood music coming out of Netanyahu, and we saw a bit of it with Naftali Bennett earlier, is that they believe this is nowhere near finished, this mission, that there cannot be any kind of victory until Iran's nuclear capability is destroyed and the enriched uranium has been removed. Now, I don't see that they're anywhere near doing either of those things, and nor is there any incentive right now for Iran to surrender those things voluntarily. So where are we? Because the pressure, as Paul Rykov rightly observed just then, is piling on Donald Trump. I'm sure from the softening of his own rhetoric in the last few days, he's desperate to get out of this thing, but he doesn't quite know how to. And he's got the Israelis saying, we cannot just walk away. This job is only half finished.
Yeah, I agree. And look, the whole enriched uranium nuclear program is a smokescreen. The reality of it is Israel has wanted the regime change in Iran since '79. So has parts of the US government as well, and they're using the nuclear program as a way of trying to basically distract from the real purpose. And that's why they went in last year. And there was the 12-day war, and that was called a success by the Israelis and the Americans, and we're back to where we were. And the other massive point is, look, we're talking about the strategy and who might win and who might lose. This was a major international war crime. This was a violation of Article 2 of the UN Charter. You can't just attack a country which is not a threat to you, and it's not a threat to them. And they should be indicted for it. We've already got the Prime Minister of Israel already has an arrest warrant out from the ICC. Another one should go out to Donald Trump. And I actually think it's a bit disgusting to talk about the war in these terms of how can we open the Strait of Hormuz, blah, blah, blah. We're talking about a major international crime where the Americans and the Israelis killed nearly 200 schoolgirls as one of the first acts of the war. And they claimed that it was a mistake, but it might not have even been a mistake. We've seen how the Israelis act. We've seen how the Americans act, and we've seen what they've done in Gaza, what they've done in Lebanon. They target.
The worst part about that was that they were trying to blame it on the Iranians with no proof, and when all the evidence pointed to us, there was people who still want to sit there and say, "No, it was wrong. They bombed the girls' school." No, bro. All signs point to us. Even when they showed it on video, they would sit there trying to say that it wasn't a tomahawk when it was obviously a tomahawk. Trump tried to sit there and say, "Well, we're not the only people that have tomahawks." Bro, yes, it was us who bombed that girls' school with bad intel, with a map from 10 years ago that still showed it as being part of a naval base.
Civilians, they target kids. They want to send the impression that they will tolerate no resistance. So we're dealing with outlaw rogue states that need to be held in check. And the legal institutions can't do it. The ICC and West France have done nothing. In fact, European partners of Israel have not enforced it at all, even members of the ICC. So where do we go from there? We live in the law of the jungle now. And I think that the reason that this will carry on, the reason there's this breach is because they don't even know what to do now, because they obviously believed going in hard, as you said, that Netanyahu gave this PowerPoint presentation to Trump and said, look, the IRGC will collapse if we kill the Ayatollah. It didn't happen. So where do they go now? The uprising, which they've been trying to foment, by the way, for years. And there was a good article in the Israeli press, which came out in recent days about how Mossad has been fomenting unrest in Iran and was even involved in the December protests. It's not working. And as you said, this criminal attack has actually had the opposite impact. It's got people behind the government in Iran, people who previously weren't, because they see that they're being attacked by hostile violent powers that want to take control of their country. Because why is Iran a threat? Iran's a threat because it's not under the control of the United States and Israel. The Gulf dictatorships, many of them are worse than the political situation in Iran. Look at Saudi Arabia. You get put to death for a tweet there. Who's the biggest supporters of Saudi Arabia? UK and US. So the whole human rights stuff is rubbish. The uranium is nuclear program is rubbish. And look, Piers, I'll end with this. You led the charge against the war in Iraq, which was based around, or supposedly based around WMDs. That was completely false. So the nuclear deal is the same. It's part of the same dynamic. And look, Tulsi Gabbard, who is the Director of National Intelligence for Trump, she made testimony in Congress in March 2025, where she said the intelligence community has come to the conclusion that Iran has no nuclear weapons program. That's Tulsi Gabbard saying that, and then Trump obviously rubbished it a couple of months later. But we live swimming in propaganda, and so much of this war is propaganda. The real reason they are bombing Iran is they want to get rid of a government that does not do what they're told.
Okay, Colonel Kemp, I mean, there's a lot of
facts. It has nothing to do with Iran. You know, oh, if they get a nuke, they're going to hit us. No, it's about them getting a nuke, and they won't listen to us way more than they already not listen to us now. It's all about influence. Not about Iran having a nuke and striking people, but about us pretty much controlling Iran.
People that share a lot of those views about this. You know, my view is slightly more nuanced in that I can understand, you know, for example, when the Iranian nuclear capability was attacked from the air last summer in that 12-day war, it seemed a very clean, surgical, effective military action with a specific purpose that we were told had been incredibly successful. Part of the failure of trust now is that we were told after that 12-day war, their nuclear capabilities being destroyed. And yet here we were back within just 8-9 months, launching a full war against Iran to get rid of their nuclear capability, which they were about to imminently deploy. And this reminded me of what happened with the Iraq war in 2003, which as editor of a Daily Mirror newspaper in the UK, I very loudly opposed, even though I had my own brother fighting in it when it started. But the reason was I wasn't convinced by the evidence that said that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction and was about to use them and could hit London in 45 minutes, none of which turned out to be true. So those with long memories, you know, are very cynical about this. What would you say to try and reassure people who are cynical that Iran did have the nuclear capability, was about to use it? And how do you explain, if that is the case, that what happened last summer clearly wasn't a success after all?
Well, I don't suggest that Iran was about to use a nuclear weapon. I don't think Iran had a nuclear weapon, but it was clearly, and I think, you know, even there are plenty of conspiracy theorists around who say that there is no such thing as an Iranian nuclear program. Well, I think the International Atomic Energy Agency.
No, dog. We all know they have a Iranian nuclear program. Bro, they had it since the 1950s, and we helped them get it. We gave them the goddamn reactor through Atoms for Peace. So we know that they got a nuclear program. The part is a nuclear weapons program. They don't have that.
She would disagree with that and has disagreed with that in its reports. I don't, to my mind, all the studying I've done, I have no doubt that Iran was working on a nuclear program. And it's not just me who thinks that, it's not just the West who thinks that, but it's many countries in the Middle East who saw that program in progress and were themselves taking steps to arm themselves against it. For example, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the UAE, all of them have been looking at the potential for their own nuclear weapons program in light of what Iran's got. And those people who say, oh yeah, well, Israel's also got nuclear weapons, well, it says it doesn't accept that it has, but I think most people agree it has. But none of these countries ever embarked on their own nuclear weapons program in defense against an Israeli nuclear system. So it's Iran that's the threat, and that's understood, I think, it's certainly understood by the United States administration, it's understood by most of the Gulf states, and it's understood, of course, by Israel. So I think that the reality...
Yeah, all the countries that want Iran to be destabilized is understood by, okay, bro.
...is that there was a nuclear program, it was potentially going to become a nuclear weapon that's capable of being delivered certainly around the region and potentially even further afield, and it had to be put a stop to. As far as the damage done in the 12-day war, I don't think anybody, no one that I read or heard in positions of authority around the US or elsewhere, said that the 12-day war had completely destroyed Iran's nuclear.
Donald Trump did.
Maybe he did. I didn't see that.
He said it had been set back decades. He's the president of the United States. He was the one who basically ordered the strike. So the very most powerful.
Yo, went from set them back decades to, well, no, we just set them back 2 years. And now, 9 months later, here we are attacking them over the same exact thing that we so-called obliterated.
Powerful and important person imaginable was the one who publicly declared, we have set back Iran's nuclear capability decades. It turned out we hadn't even set it back. But here's my point, though, Colonel Kemp. We hadn't, it turned out, even set it back 8 months. And in fact, the threat seems to have worsened, according to those who support this war, to the degree there had to be an immediate, massive strike and a war launched. And I find those two positions extremely inconsistent.
But all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and close it out on this one, guys. Appreciate you guys for pulling up. Make sure you double tap that screen, like the video, and subscribe to the channel while you're at it, guys. I'm going to go ahead and catch you guys tomorrow or probably later on this afternoon. But all right, guys, peace out. This is Set from Set Media. And like I said, make sure you subscribe to the channel and like the video. Peace. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people, kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code SETMedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair? Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi.